Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our council meeting of January 10th. I would like to welcome all of our guests that are here today and look forward to your presentations. If I could please have the call of the roll, please, Clerk.
Mayor Sidney.
Present.
Reeve Eamon.
Present.
Councillor Sobalski.
Present.
Councillor Dick.
Present.
Councillor Legree.
Present.
Councillor McDonald.
Present.
And Councillor McWhirter.
Present.
Mayor Sidney, we have quorum.
Thank you very much. As we gather, we would like to acknowledge on behalf of Council and our community that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We would like to thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for the rich history, and we are extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. And if I could please have you stand for O Canada. On to any declaration of pecuniary interest? Hearing none. Presentation, delegation, announcements. I just want to do an announcement first. If anybody is interested, the Winter Games are coming to Renfrew County and Renfrew February 2nd and February 9th weekends. They're in need of volunteers, so if there's anybody out there that is interested in wanting to volunteer, they could definitely use your help. And you can go to renfrewcounty2023.ca to do that. So I just wanted to mention that. And I would like to welcome Inspector Ferguson and Mr. Jeff Scott from the OPP and the Police Services Board. And I will turn it over to you for your presentation. Thank you.
Thanks very much for having the Police Service Board and the OPP out tonight to discuss the Police Service Board and some of the items of the OPP. As you know, Police Service Boards oversee how the policing is provided in your municipality. There's three different types of police service boards. One is the Municipal Police Service Board, which we had here many years ago before it went OPP. Another one is joint force, like Ottawa Carleton would have. And then we have the contract one, which is a Section 10 contract with the OPP in the town of Renfrew, which we've had for quite a few years. Police service boards are made up of an equal number of appointee people. You have two members of council, which we have as Councillor McDonald and Councillor Legree here. We have Tom Anderson, appointed by the provincial government, and also Peter Vincent and myself as a layperson of council, appointed by council, which was last week. On your piece of paper, I gave you the government boards. It explains if you want to sit on a police service board as a member of provincial, it's how you go about it. To qualify as a board member, you must be a resident of the municipality. Police have a police record check, which can be difficult sometimes. Understand the role of a police service board, be involved in your community, and have a good written and verbal communication skill, which, thank heavens, I've got a good secretary for that. Board members may be subject to many statutes, regulations, and rules. We're going to talk about the expectations of the Police Service Board members. Is the complete training that may be provided by the ministry. I have taken quite a few courses over the years because I've been at, this is my 19th year I've done this, and under a police commission the first time, and now under a Police Service Board, so I've had been trained. Then you have election of chair at the beginning of the year. and a code of conduct. Board responsibilities is where I think we really want to discuss tonight was what our job is for the town of Renfrew. And that's determining objectives and priorities for the police services in consultation with the OPP Detachment Commander, which is Dawn. Advising the OPP Detachment Commander assigned to the municipal area, police services and support required. Establishing local policies for the police service in the town. Participating in selection of detachment commander, which I did when we last one retired. Receiving regular reports from the detachment commander, which we do every month, sometimes weekly, sometimes daily. And monitoring the performance of the detachment commander, which we do. Municipal police service boards are responsible for determining objectives and priorities for police service, establishing policies, and so forth, appointing members of the municipal one. It's very close to the OPP one, but we do not look after the hiring of police officers, which we did when we had under the police commission here years ago. It's very, very close. We only look after the hiring of Dawn and her supervision. She looks after everyone else and who gets appointed. The police service board in Renfrew has been very busy before COVID. We believe in and we do a lot of education programs for youth and for seniors. We ran the DARE program, the OPP Kids program, and many speakers into the high schools to talk to on different situations. Also, over the last few years, we've taken on the situational table for the whole county, which is involved with about 15 agencies getting together every month to talk about activities that they can work together on and make things easier for people in the township or the county to look after, deal with. We also have the Community Wellbeing Plan, which we received funding for, which is in the process of being written. It should have been done back last spring, but the person we hired has been very ill and is now getting back to finishing the plan, and we'll be presenting it to council later on. And also the Community Hub, which we've just received, as you remember, back in the summer, we received over $1 million to go towards the Community Hub program, which is now being set up and is now being located in the Library Program Center on the main street. The renovations are processing right there now, and we've hired staff, counselors, and his OPP that'll be working out of there to deal with youth and situations and things like that. Any questions so far? Anything that we can? How can anybody update me on how the hub building is going? I saw construction start today. A day late, but that's okay.
I can through you, Mr. Mayor, and I know that, so this is a project under the library board, so it's a space owned by the library, not owned by the town. The Chamber of Commerce and the BIA are going to be located in this building, and they have some temporary space just outside this room. The construction, the library board got 3 quotes, and that work commenced this week, and they'll be in touch on location of, Don Kelly will be in touch in terms of location of where to put the microwave and where to put the photocopier, which is good news. So they will be in that space in the next number of weeks, which is really good, and real good Main Street space, and also some revenue for the library. And as you know, the library is a community-oriented service that doesn't really bring in revenue, and this will assist and be a good fit in terms of collaboration and synergies with the community hub model, as the library does act a lot as a community hub with people coming in seeking services, and so this is a natural fit. So good news, the construction has started.
Good. Now that COVID is over, the Police Service Board, we're hoping to get back into the schools again. We have been in touch with all the schools about different programs, and they were quite willing to let us back into the school. Totally. That's changed? Okay.
I can expand on it later.
Things change daily, it seems. But we would like to see the OPP kids again and their programs get back into the schools. They were good programs for the young kids and very successful. But as I say, things change all the time. Now, Dawn's going to update you on some of the activities of the OPP.
Well, and I just, before we move on to like the calls for service and the overview of the delivery of policing services within 2022, the hub, the name for it is the Renfrew Area Connection Center. It's a grant that we applied through under the Community Safety and Policing Act, and it contributes to the well-being of communities and on two different platforms, on a local priorities. and on the provincial priorities. And there's different objectives that you have to identify and strive to meet. Within the Connection Center, it's a one-stop shopping place. It doesn't provide services. We won't have counseling sessions there, but it's a place where our community partners in the social services that have things that they can offer the general public, they'll all be housed under one roof. And it's a center that somebody's coming in with a problem, not knowing really which way they should go or who they can turn to or what exists out in our community. And we'll help them navigate those services and put them in contact with the appropriate agency to address their issues that they're struggling with. Our mental health our mental health crisis team is a big contribution for our provincial priorities, and that's to try to mitigate and reduce calls for service dealing with people who are in mental health crisis or are struggling with a mental health concern, and the families that support them. So by having the right people in the right place that can help address and link these members of the community that are in crisis in advance, it will, in turn, in theory, will reduce our calls for service with that person because they've been connected with the appropriate agencies. Because well too often, police and the OPP they call us because they don't know who else to turn to, right? It's that cachet that covers pretty much everything, every concern within a community. So it's called upstreaming. We'll be able to get ahead of that and have these programs within the communities, information, education for community members, families, within the schools. And it's an education and a service, right, to try to put the right people in the right place, connected with the right people that are be able to help them. And we were successful under the two priorities, the local and the provincial. Jeff alluded to, we got just over $1 million over the 3-year grant cycle that goes towards the provincial priorities. And we've identified domestic violence, sexual violence, elder abuse, and frauds that are affecting, and different crimes that are affecting elderly. Education programs for school-aged children, along with training for community members, the community, and police officers, so that we all are kind of fine-tuning our skill set and growing together. It's a very exciting project, and we're one of the first within the province, under OPP jurisdiction, to start to establish this. So I'm very eager to get momentum and see this come to fruition. We've also, in addition, under other grants, there were two other grants that we were successful in. One was the mental health crisis team and crisis worker grant. So we got funding to provide funding for one additional crisis worker that works. The mental health crisis teams is one police officer who has a little bit elevated training in mental health crisis, and the social worker, and they're the ones that go, if the call for service comes in and they're available, they'll go to the call and they'll initiate contact with the person in crisis, saving calls for service and saving the impact on their frontline members so that they can go back to doing the proactive policing and enforcement that most municipalities want to see us doing. So we now have 2 mental health crisis teams that combine, like 2 police officers and 2 crisis workers. The funding for the extra police officer came out of the CSP grant, and they dovetail. The services dovetail together. They support, and they all support the overarching goal of community safety and well-being, right? Contributing to that level of well-being for our communities. We've also helped the seniors community with a grant on education for them, identifying programs to help them. All too often they fall victim of different frauds and schemes to help create awareness for them and mitigate and try to put mitigate the impact to them. Yeah, that's my 2 highlights under for the grant area. And people often get confused and say, Jeff told you about you have a contract with the OPP. There's, under the Police Services Act, there's 2 types of methods that we provide policing to municipalities. One is a Section 10 contract policing, which is what contracting agreement that we have with the municipality. And the other is a referred to as a Section 5.1, which is non-contract. No change of service between the two programs. It's just under the Section 10, the board, the municipality is privy to some extra opportunities. Grant, application for grant funding is one of them. For comparison, Town of Iron Park is non-contract and falls under our jurisdiction. I couldn't apply, I wasn't able to apply for that grant for them. Because they didn't have the PSB. It provides the opportunity to have enhancements to the contract should it be desired, and an enhancement would be a full-time mental health crisis worker if the municipality wanted to pay for it, or a traffic management officer, or open our doors 24/7 to have somebody, administrative staff. So those are contract enhancements that are an option and available to the municipalities that have a Section 10. It also provides us opportunity to provide revenue back to the municipalities on any like seized and I guess turned over property that has gone unclaimed, and the funding goes straight to the municipality. We're able to every year, and we have been successful in establishing the festive ride grants, which is to reduce impaired driving everywhere grants that gets more members out on those dark, not really patrolled streets, and to enforce impaired driving, because it's still an issue, and given that it's 2023 now, and you'd think it would be behind us, we still see it every day. I'm just looking over touching on what Jeff may have missed. And I'm required to report on a regular basis to Jeff, and I'm very fortunate. We have a very good, open relationship when we communicate several times a week on different issues. And that's really important when you're looking in this type of relationship, that the relationship that the PSB and OPP have is a strong one, and it's a benefit to all of us. Just if I can give you some, like a glimpse of the information that I provide Jeff on a regular basis, it's the call for service billing report. So every quarter, every month, depending on how the frequency of our meetings, I'll pull the report, and it gives you a comparison of year-to-date for the current year, and then year-to-date for the previous year for the same time period. And I look for anomalies. I look for places that we maybe have crime on the rise, and try to dive into identify what's the cause of that. And then once we determine that through dialogue with the Police Services Board, we come up with strategies to tackle that concern. And one of the best examples is Operation Silencer that we had this summer. We've been getting, not just from Renfrew, but through all the municipalities, the complaints of excessive noise caused by aftermarket additions to vehicles. It was through the roof. Like you were getting them daily. So to target that, we came up with this 1-month project where our focus in traffic enforcement was on excessive vehicles with excessive noise, or what falls under the stunt driving clauses. And in that 1-month period, we laid or gave warnings for over 105 violations. So our goal was to enforce and educate. So we were able to achieve that. And since the end of October, calls for service and our key players who had the biggest concern have been
Just about disappeared.
So that's an example of how we work together and what the information that we get from these calls for service. So looking for the year-to-date for 2022, so the whole year, our calls for service hours are up about 510 hours for the whole year. And that might sound alarming, but I did a 5-year average, and we've seen increases and decreases by just marginally over 1% each year. But the 5-year average is, for calls for service, we're 996.6, and that's where we're at. We're at 97 for our overall calls for service. So we're on par, so it's not alarming. But I took the opportunity to go in and look to see some of the factors that are making these categories rise. Under violent crimes, sexual assaults appear to be on the rise. We had 10 reported sexual assaults in 2022 versus 7 in 2021. I was able to determine that 5 charges were laid in these occurrences, and the other 5, the victim declined charges. So they reported it to us, but didn't want us to act on it. So utter threats was another category. We were up 7 calls for service compared to the previous year. I wasn't able to identify a commonality, like theme between the calls for service. It was just, there's no rhyme or reason. Theft under, and this one was alarmed me. It was 34 calls for service this year versus 13 in the previous year. But when I was able to dig in deeper, 28 of the 34 calls for service were gas drive-offs, and other ones were improperly classified as thefts. So it's data integrity on our end, so to get corrected, to ensure that the billing, call for service billing report is accurate. And the other one is, it's an issue, there's nothing really proactive we can do other than to support the owners of the gas stations, because every municipality, and we've seen the increase as gas prices went up, the frequency of this is, seems to happen more and more. Under the other criminal code category, disturb the peace was up 19 calls in 2022 versus 6 in 2021. Again, nothing linking them to say there's a problem that needs to be addressed. It's just overall. Threats of suicide and attempts were up by about, okay, my math's not very good, 37 calls for service in 2022, 19 in 2021. And again, no prolific person identified, no commonality, just we seem to be, and we can't say, because we haven't been able to analyze the impacts of COVID and the pandemic had on calls for service, but we saw a lot of things that wouldn't normally go up during the last 3 years. Operational, and this report will be is usually made privy to the council through the PSB on a regular basis as I submit it to them. Assist public is a category under operational, and we struggle with data quality in how we track these calls for service, because police assistance kind of blankets a lot of things, right? But it's our job to make sure, and it's my job to make sure that it's being categorized properly, so that, again, you have an accurate billing statement. It's just the numbers make sense and aren't swayed one way or the other. We've seen an increase in property collisions, MBCs. Weather or animal related were the majority cause of all of those, and we really don't have control of either one of those. And this is the information I share with Jeff and the board, and these are the conversations we have with the concerns, whether he's bringing them forward or I've identified them, and together we collaborate and come up with a way to tackle them. And then, of course, I report back. Just wanted to give the board a couple of highlights from 2022 that we saw in 22. I spoke of the grants that we've already were successful in achieving. Freedom Convoy was a really big one in 2022. It put a strain on all the OPP detachments for the additional resources that we had to help support Ottawa with to fix and to tackle the crisis that they were in. We had local events. White Lake, there was encampment on White Lake Road. There was a couple of other ones. Locally, we were able to identify them and take swift, quick action to mitigate them and resolve them peacefully. And we laid charges locally for mischief by one leader from one of the encampments. 2022, we saw the rollout of body-worn cameras, which I'm sporting today, and in-car cameras, which is a tool and an asset, I think, for all of policing. It's the things that this can capture and can do to just promote what an accurate view of what the interaction is and support police activity is outstanding. It also, we can take a statement from a victim of crime with our camera, just in talking, as I'm talking to you, Mayor, and then we can have it transcribed before we get back to the detachment. So it's, which is, because before to transcribe a statement was a big production and a lot of hours put in by a civilian.
So be careful what you say.
And if you interact with a police officer, they will tell you, just so that you know, I'm wearing a body-worn camera and I am recording you. You don't get a say in whether we record you or not. We don't record anybody if you're reporting a loss, you're 80 years old and reporting a lost license plate, because the information flow to our cloud is, we're still trying to get a handle on how to manage it. But anything that could be turned into something, we tape it, but we will tell you, and we're going to do that for the next couple of years, just until it becomes common terminology within our communities and with the people we interact with. 2022, we saw our staffing levels kind of like get like steadied. We stayed around between the high 70% to low 80s of frontline availability. That's people available, boots on the ground right now, which is the highest I've seen an attachment in my 21 years career. We're starting to be able to staff ahead, and they're reviewing the staffing model. So that's a great thing for detachment because it helps improve morale. It's more effective delivery of police services. Because of our staffing levels, I was able to create 2 traffic management officers position, which their sole duty within the detachment is to all the traffic complaints. And if there's a problem of speeding on Hall Street, well then they're the people that are going to identify the problem, come up with a plan, and target it and do the enforcement and education piece. Also brought back community safety, our community school resource officers was under review for a long time, and the positions kind of changed what we brought back. She's more of an engagement and media officer, but same kind of role. And I was able to create that, again, because our staffing levels had leveled out. We've also received 2 full-time equivalent, 2 officers, payment for 3 years through the CSP grant, which brought us, like, we're overfilled by 2 extras at this time, so more is always better when it comes to policing. The Police Service Board purchased us a new Black Cat Speed Spy. This is a convert apparatus that we utilize. It goes on a utility pole, hydropole, street sign, and we can capture data from size of vehicle, speed of vehicle, frequent, like time in between, like for traffic volume, speeds, and it provides us accurate data that we use to extract, to identify how we're going to tackle a problem. There is a concern for speed on when is it all day, or is it between 7 and 9 in the morning during morning traffic? And then that way we can fine tune our plans to be in the right place at the right time and get the most bang for our buck with enforcement. I've tried to create 2 programs locally for community engagement. When I first arrived here, common theme was when you talk to people within the community is that they didn't know the officers anymore, that engagement, that community policing had kind of gone to the wayside, and they were missing that. So I come up with for the frontline officers, and Joy talked about being back in the schools. It's kind of like an adopt a school program for our frontline. Every frontline officer is assigned a school, and it's their job on a regular basis through their schedule rotation to go do foot patrol, play basketball with the kids in the yard, just so that the frequency in seeing us is not a shock. They learn to trust us. We're able to build those relationships with the children or the teens, their parents, and within the school staff. And we've had some reluctance from one of the school boards, but we're working on it. We're not in there yet, but we keep the dialogue open, and we're still trying to establish that engagement, because I think it's important to us, it's important to our youth, and the overall health and well-being of our communities. I've also, all our detachment sergeants, NCOs is what we refer to them, sergeants, our staff sergeant, and myself, we've all taken on one of the municipalities as our own, and we're conducting regular check-ins to just keep our finger on the pulse, to be in the municipal building so that we have that face-to-face interaction. Members of the community will come in and see us having the interaction. So just to promote that conversation and get us back out in the face of the community. So that, I'm hoping to see success from both of these. We just did it in the last quarter of 2022. So I'll report back further on what the product of our efforts are from these 2 things. We also, 2022 also saw recruitment. We're in a recruitment crisis between all sworn police officers and auxiliary members. We're not getting the applications. People aren't applying to be police officers anymore. It's not as desirable as it was 20 years ago. So we all share the responsibility of trying to find new, innovative ways to market ourselves, target the appropriate audience, like looking for where do we do our recruitment seminars. We held one locally back at the end of October. It was an open house type of set. So morning was question and answers about services and opportunities. Afternoon was all strictly to the recruitment process. And we had about 15 people attend to that, which compared to other detachments who held similar events was was a decent participation from the community. But we're open to suggestions. I'm open to suggestions. If we know there's a place that we might be able to recruit and just provide that information to gain some interest in the profession again, we're looking for it. And corporately, they're looking at different tactics to try to promote and encourage our recruitment process to get the numbers back up. Because right now, we're not filling the seats that we have available to us in police college in the classes that are going in, which is concerning. And then just wanted to give you guys an overview of what my goals are that I'd like to see come 2023. Momentum behind the opening of our RAC Center for short, our hub, and to see it gain momentum and success because we'd like to build on that, so it's not here for 3 years for the grant cycle, but it's something that the community can depend on for the foreseeable future. I planned and tried to collaborate with community partners to develop co-response models to focus on prevention, harm reduction, intervention strategies, and overall improve the community safety and well-being of all of our community members. And that situation table is one of those things that would contribute to this. It's coming together, the services coming together and brainstorming and identifying who is best suited to tackle whatever the crisis or problem is that faces us. I want to continue on with my community engagement, trying to identify new and innovative ways to promote and have that dialogue and become part of our communities again, to be one with the community, not just somebody who comes into Renfrew for their 12-hour shift and then goes home, that they have a sense of ownership to the people that we provide policing services for. I support my members in their professional development, increasing their knowledge and experience and help them guide their career. Renfrew, we have a lot of less than 5 years on the job officers, so now is the time to help them identify and direct where they need to for their careers based on experience that I've been able to gain. I'd like to strengthen and grow our local diversity and inclusion council and identify activities locally that incorporate the police and our communities in the areas of diversity and inclusion. And then just personally, from a leadership perspective, is to continue to provide consistent understanding and compassionate leadership to the members of our detachment area as we navigate the challenge that 2023 will bring us, while ensuring that I'm providing the most efficient and effective delivery of the police services to the 7 municipalities that are under my command.
Okay,
That's a lot.
got all that?
Any questions?
Thank you very much. I think it just shows how busy you are and how involved with the Police Services Board and the OPP. I think it's fantastic. I know in my 20-plus year career in mental health, I would have wanted to see that hub a lot sooner, but I'm very grateful for you guys for putting that together and getting it going, and hopefully it'll open quickly.
Yeah.
Also, as far as we've created an inclusive and barrier-free working group that the OPP is on the list to be a part of, so you'll be getting information on that coming soon. So, any questions from Councilor McWhirter?
Just have one. What's the best way for somebody to get in touch with your group to lodge a complaint?
Basically through myself.
Through
Just
you?
call me or come and see me.
So anybody in Renfrew, taxpayers should call Jeff Scott.
Yeah, basically, I've handled quite a few
Do
of
you
them.
want to
and,
give me your phone number and email right now?
They'll,
They know how to find it.
they know where to find me.
All right, great.
And then contacting us directly is always an option, right? They can go online or submit a report of an incident online through the portal or through our emergent 911 number or the non-emergent hours, and that will connect you with a police officer, whether it's a call for service or looking for advice.
Councillor Dick?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for that presentation. Well, like, lots of great information. I just have one small question. What, like, I don't know if you have these numbers, but what's the average length that an officer stays in the Renfrew detachment? So they're hired, because the only reason I ask this question is you talk about community involvement, which I think is very important. I see a huge turnaround in a lot of different faces driving around the town, so I'm just wondering what the average length of employment they stay in Renfrew for.
I'd have to like try to dive in to identify those stats. I do know that we have had a high turnover. We have a lot of young people from outside or that don't have a connection to the communities coming into police. There's many factors that contribute the turnover on somebody like morale, personal job satisfaction, family pressures. There's a lot of things that play into why a member would leave a detachment. We're not seeing a lot of people moving out at this point, other than through retirement or promotion, which is a good thing. And I'd have to compare it to other detachments, see what their issues. So I can't give you a number, but one of the things the OPP has done recently in the last year, because we get a recruit, so they go to police college, they come, we do 12 months training them, and then as soon as they're signed off for their probation period, they're putting a lateral request in to go elsewhere. So there's been a provision for all new hires or newly promoted officers into the rank of sergeant or staff sergeant. Promotions have to stay 2 years in the role before they qualify to submit a lateral, and new recruits have to bring up to first class, so 3.5 years before they're eligible. So it's giving detachments more stability, which contributes to the staffing levels, right?
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Agree?
Through you, Mayor Sidney, just to follow up with Councillor Dick's question, because you do 7 municipalities, like the police officers in Renfrew, do they work like every shift in Renfrew, or are they moved around like every 6 months, or?
Well, no, but if they're interchangeable. They can come in one day and be assigned our Zone 4, which is Renfrew Municipality.
Okay.
And the next shift is a night shift, and they might be covering Iron Prior. So
So
it's
they're kind of all
interchangeable. There are preferences. Certain officers like working certain areas.
Okay.
But we work anywhere. In fact, we would go, like, Upper Ottawa, we're interchangeable as well to support our other neighbors, but that doesn't affect the bills. So they get charged for it, not
Yeah,
think
not
okay.
this municipality.
About 60 officers.
We're complement, not including the 2 additional FTEs, we're 54 uniformed officers within detachment, and that's including myself. And about another, 6 or 7. So we're just over a total of 60 staff within that detachment.
And I believe the town is billed out for 13 out of the 60. But you'll get that influx of different ones working.
Wow. Any other questions? Revimo?
Thank you. Just to echo what the mayor said, I spent some time working for child welfare and then for community mental health, so I want to express my appreciation for the evolution of the police service in that period of time from the mid-'80s till now, in terms of the education and the upgrade that's been required to understand situations, to diffuse them as opposed to react to them. And so I have some awareness of your crisis team. And I think it's a great move. And if at some point you need support from local municipalities, I'm sure you would get it in terms of motions to talk about it, to continue the funding of it or to expand it even. So I think the hub is a logical extension of what's been going on over the last 30 years. I'd also just let you know that Intersections, from Eastern Ontario, has approached me, and I'm making some presentations on their behalf in the next couple of weeks because they have $3.5 million they've requested from Minister Fullerton, and they haven't got an answer yet to expand the program.
And
through-
I've had experience with intersection. I sat on two working groups and committees that brought intersections to LNA County and Quinte West, like Central Hastings area. So big fan of that program, and I think it would be well utilized here.
Good, I'll quote you then. Thank you.
Councilor McWhorter?
Yeah, I just wanted to, you were talking about recruitment?
Yes.
I'm just throwing this out there. A few years ago, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, when I went to college, I took law and security, and they actually, the local detachment came into the college and recruited us right out of the course.
And we're still doing that.
Oh, okay.
But is not providing us with the applicants that we'd hope to see, right?
Oh.
And policing is becoming more high-tech, so it's just not typical law and security, or law enforcement related courses that we're looking for. Like, you can have a mechanical background or you be a pilot, right? There's so many different sections within the OPP that a skill set can be, like, so it's mechanics, it's pilots, it's computer techs that so we need to, and that's it, we need to say, we're not getting the police foundations applicants anymore, they're dwindling, so we need to come up with ways to create interest in the profession through other methods.
We also have the police auxiliary too. They're kind of short also on, they're quite busy.
You're looking for the basic, that's what we did. We did non-security courses for us in the OPD eventually.
Yeah. And I took law and security back in the day as well, and I remember them, like almost like the job fairs where they come in and they provide you all the information and the different career possibilities. We're still doing that, it's just not providing the number of applicants we need to fill positions.
Revum, you had
Your worship, and I'd forgotten one other question. I can't read my writing some days. Is there a need for our community to start thinking about or planning or investigating and looking for partners for something like the Grind and their after 10 o'clock at night cold program? Is that something we should start thinking about and start looking for an opportunity?
I'm somewhat familiar with the Grind and with the services they provide. I think the community as a whole and municipalities have to look at sustainable programs within the community that can be funded by other sources than just grants, because grant money runs out eventually. We need to become sustainable in the delivery of these programs, and that's looking for like municipal support, county support, government, like provincial support, but we need to start tapping into other avenues for funding to keep these programs afloat. So my sales pitch in 3 years will come for the Rock Center.
Perfect. Anybody else have any questions? Well, again, I want to thank you for coming and sharing that information. I think it gives council a great insight as to what the OPP as well as the community watching, and thank you very much, and we look forward to this hub opening. So
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
thank you.
Yep.
Okay. We will now call on Project Manager Sean Cameron from Renfrew Power Generation to come and have a chat.
There we go.
Perfect. I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, well, good evening, everyone, and thank you for inviting us to tell our story. I'm Sean Cameron. For all of you that don't know me, I'm the operations manager down at the dam, as it's well known. So yeah, I manage Renfrew Power Generation. My board's with me here tonight for backup, and Shana, our office manager. So we can go to the first slide. I guess, Victoria, you're the clicker? Okay, so a little bit of background on how RPG came about. We were part of Renfrew Hydro in the day. There was a bill come out, Bill 35, in 2000 that split the utilities apart, including Ontario Hydro. So that's why you see now Hydro One and those different entities. We were the same. So out of that, we became Renfrew Hydro Inc. and Renfrew Power Generation, solely owned by the town of Renfrew. They're the sole shareholder. Our mandate is to generate electricity with use of water power. We use water power, the Boncha River system. We own and operate 5 dams. We have 3 generation sites, which are here in Renfrew. The dams, we have 3 remote dams, one at Round Lake, Golden Lake, and Lake Clear, and then there's 2 here in Renfrew. We are a for-profit business. Going way back, 1902 was when the first generation plant was built in Renfrew. It's known as Plant 2 to us, or the lower plant. It was constructed by Thomas Lowe, and he constructed that to actually power his own factories, which lined the river down by the museum and such. In 1912, Plant 1, where our main office is, and garage, we were fitted with 2 water-driven generators there, and they were actually put in to run water pumps for the town water supply. There was a dam there at the time, but later, upstream of the bridge that everybody drives across, they constructed that dam after the river went dry. So there was a purpose for that, to hold water for the town drinking. In 1917, the town of Renfrew acquired Plant 2 from Mr. Lowe and began to generate electricity that was used for town purposes. This is an overall map of our watershed. It's hard to see from here, but there's a black outline. Essentially, if it rains within that black line, it's coming to the Boncha River. That's our watershed. The orange dot at the uppermost is our snow sample site. That's in Algonquin Park. We take snow samples there and then portray that information, and eventually, hopefully, can try to predict what kind of spring we're going to have. So the red squares are sites that Renfrew Power owns and operates. The orange square is the Eganville site, and the green is a private individual in Douglas. That's my fine crew there in all their glory. So this is pictures 1,000 words, so I'm sure everybody's seen this or had wedding pictures in front of it or behind it, but that's our known as our Plant 1. And as I said, that was used to be a water plant in the day, and it's been converted many, many times over the years. So it houses 3 generators, which is the next slide, I think. Yeah, so that's a shot inside. So there's number 1 at the uppermost, number 2 and 3 is just below the screen there. It isn't in the picture, but those are the original units from the day. Some of the switch gear has obviously been upgraded, and some of the other systems, but the generators are still that vintage. So some of the good stuff. So the RPG governance. So the RPG operations were governed by an Articles of Incorporation, bylaws, and a unanimous shareholder agreement. The shareholder holds the shares and are such the owner of the corporation, a passive role in management of the corporation. Our directors are responsible for overseeing management and supervision of the affairs of the corporation and serve at the pleasure of the shareholder. And then there's me, manage the day-to-day affairs of the corporation and serve at the pleasure of the board. This is Plant 2, the one I mentioned, 1902. That's the original building. The gray tubes you see have been upgraded. Any that are old enough to remember, the old tubes used to be wooden stave, much like an oak whiskey barrel, and they used to sprinkler out. This was, they upgraded these. That's a shot of the inside. Again, original equipment for the era, except the switchgear that was replaced in the landslide flood. I'm sure everybody remembers in 2015, I believe it was, that flooded this building actually with about 4.5 feet of water. So a lot of it was redone, but the generators we were able to rebuild and salvage. So the role of the shareholder, council acts on behalf of the town as the shareholder for the corporation, basically the proxy. Shareholder acts as a single entity, has a majority rule in relation to decisions and directions of the corporation. The shareholder representatives appointed to the RPG board vote as RPG directors at all shareholder meetings. Powers limited to approval of directors making proposals and voting on proposals. Some of the rights of the shareholder: right to vote at meetings of the shareholder, right to request information about the corporation, including information about past shareholder meetings, financial information, such as audited financial statement. Requests must be made in writing. Provide direction to the board of RPG via written resolutions and motions. And the shareholder is entitled to attend annual meetings of RPG and any special shareholder meetings. So there's the original dam, the ruins of the original dam. If anybody was around, I think it was last summer possibly, that's the water just below the swinging bridge, or very close to there. So when we drain that down, it clearly shows where the old flumes used to run to the plant. So you see the saddles on the left of the screen. And then center of the screen, there was a wood crib dam there. That was original to operate the original plant. The next slide, I believe, will show in 1938. This is the new structure, which is downstream of that, which I'm sure you've all seen. As far as the RPG directors, responsibilities and duties: directors of the corporation are responsible for overseeing the affairs of the corporation. RPG directors are delegated responsibilities and authority from the shareholder, which are detailed in the unanimous shareholders agreement. Our election of directors process is the board presents director candidates for the shareholders' approval. This is normally done at an AGM. In RPG's bylaw 1, which was amended in 2016, the RPG board will consist of up to 5 members, 3 from the public, 2 from council. The public members have a term of 3 years that are staggered with the possibility of reappointment for 2 consecutive terms. Some of the RPG benefits for the town is we employ 4 full-time staff, 1 part-time staff. We obviously manage the river and try and deal with floods and droughts the best we can. This can be critical for water intake, which is upstream of the dam, not only for town drinking water, but if there was a significant enough fire and there was water needed, that reservoir has to be maintained. RPG's generation reduces the town's monthly demand charges from Hydro One. This saving is passed along to the RHI customers. RPG adds to the town revenues with perpetual interest payments totaling $67K annually, in addition to an annual dividend of $70K, which totals $137,000 a year. We have an installed capacity, if all our generation and water provided, to produce 6 megawatts of green energy, green energy to reduce the carbon footprint. This is our newest plant, our flagship, I guess you'd say. Came online in 2015. There's 2 generators at 4 megawatt capacity. So here's some of the specs. As I said, 4 megawatts, so they're each 2 meg each. Norcan of Carlton Place supplied the turbines, and, well, actually, they supplied the whole package, but, so the flow usage is 3 cubic meters per second, turned down to up to 20 cubic meters. So anything over 20, we have to bypass. Anything below 3, we have to shut down. And this summer was sketchy, we were off and on. So 75 feet ahead, that's describing basically how far the water has to fall. So it picks the water up essentially up in our parking lot, and Thomas Low plant is down by the bottom of Mutual at the bottom of the hill. So it's 75 feet, 514 RPM, test generators out of Czechoslovakia. The whole reason this plant was built is because we were offered a 20-year HCI energy contract through IESO, which is coming up for expiry in 2028. The total project cost for that was $26 million, give or take, which RPG is solely responsible for the repayment. That's a shot of the inside, so we've cleverly labeled them 6 and 7. As you'll notice, they're vertical versus all our 5 other units are horizontal, which are known as Francis. So this is the more modern way of doing it, more efficient. So just speak a little bit about what we did in the last little while. I'm sure a lot of you drove over the bridge and saw everything going on and the fancy cranes and stuff there over the summer before last. So what that was done is we were refurbishing the upper dam, as it's known. During Thomas Low project, we redid the intake plus one of the spillways. So the rest of them had to be completed. So that was done, changed to steel decking. We also added a sluice gate, which is a greater level safety, efficiency, and reliability. Before we had what's known as a Kennedy hoist or a log hoist. So there's 12 by 12 timbers, 25 feet long, so it would take 2 men, no matter what time at night, to remove those to pass water and put them back in to raise the water back up. Now it's more or less a button push from our phone, so it's changed the game dramatically. So that project cost was in around 2.6. Was it 2.6 though?
Plus $1 million, plus the gate.
Right, 2.6 million and another million for the gate. So we're right around the 3.6, which RPG is responsible for. Thought I'd fix that. Anyway, there's a blast from the past. The original dam, 1912. I imagine, you know, a lot less equipment sitting there as to what you saw a couple summers ago. There it is completed. We're quite happy with it. The gate has worked flawlessly to date, so can't ask for much more than that. And it's renewed that structure for at least, you know, another 50 years. The concrete, it was done right to the bottom, so it should be good now for a while, long while. So we're not done yet. The problem with owning a bunch of dams and a bunch of buildings made of concrete is they degrade over time. And so the Golden Lake Dam was 1932. It's time to get its refresh. So we have that on schedule for this summer coming, phase 1 and then phase 2 in 2024. We have a project estimate in total of $1.4 billion, which will be self-funded out of our operating revenues, we hope. And hopefully this is the last major repair project we have. The rest will be maintenance, ongoing maintenance, but this one needs it. As I said, it's our last one. So there's a shot of the dam as it looks now. Nothing's really going to change other than we're going to go with a steel deck rather than concrete. It's cheaper and it's galvanized, so it should last forever, essentially. Yeah, and I guess that's it. So if there's any questions, I'll do my best.
Thank you very much. Again, very informative. Any questions from council? Councillor Dick?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. That was great. So it's an interesting question. I think I understand it, but I just want to clarify. So the board of directors and you guys run the business, do all the work, and then the town of Renfrew owns the business. Is that how I'm understanding how
Yes.
this operates?
They're the sole shareholder, yes.
Okay, and you guys have been running in a profit for pretty much, have you ever operated in a loss? I think you've,
No.
perfect, thank you.
Any other questions? Revimo?
Thank you. Just in my role as the councillor and Councillor Jameson, we were appointed in 2016, and we're there to offer assistance and just bring general intelligence, small I, about what the community's interests are, and then also which often coincides and supplements what we get from the other directors, but also conversations about what's going on at council and council's long-term vision, and then also increasingly, when I look at the work around the Blanchard River Water Management Plan, there was some political legwork that was necessary, and we were able to do that, and there's some other things that go on. So this also provides me with a very valuable information when I'm sitting at Roma and AMO to talk about rural Ontario and some of the strains and some of the different corporations that rural Ontario municipalities have, and the need to make sure that they're whole and healthy. So it's a good two-way exchange of information, which I think has benefited our community by allowing me a louder voice, or a broader voice, while still remaining a passive board member. I love that. So it's been good, and I really appreciate the fact that the board, one of the first things when we joined, they said, look, we've got some pretty significant investment to make back into the business, with the upgrades of all the dams and the work, and just set out a nice, I wouldn't say rigid, but a very straightforward plan, made it achievable. So I really congratulate them for their vision and just implementing it. So it's been a really good learning experience for me, and I think for council and the community as well.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilor McWhorter?
Just wondering what happens in 2028 when the contract's up?
Good question. We're actually working on that right now, because some of the contracts that were offered, ours expires in 2028, but there are energy contracts that were given out that expire before we do. So the IESO, Independent Electrical System Operator, who manages these contracts, have actually started to put out some draft contract plans. They're not real great right now, I'll be honest. They're essentially half of what we're doing now for rate per kilowatt. We're fortunate because it looks like the template is we can stay on hours right out to full term and then see what happens then. So there's changing governments, there's a lot of things that can happen going out there, but we have, me and also the board have attended a few meetings now, and we've, through Peter actually and his connections, have through, as he said, the rural municipal group, as there's other small entities like us in the same situation saying, hey, look, what you're offering, although it's not till 2028, doesn't make sense economically to us looking out that way. We need a little more. We've done some financial modeling now, and we'll be fine, but it's going to involve some refinancing and stuff with some loans, stretching them out farther to be able to survive at that new rate, if that's what comes about. We're also fortunate that we're part of it's called the Ontario Water Power Association, and they're a great group. They're at Queen's Park all the time, rubbing shoulders with the energy minister and all the rest of it. So they're advocating for all of us, and I participate in all their calls to get our voice heard, not only just Renfrew, but try and get a group together and say, hey, you know, we need to push government, this has to be changed. This, you know, we want to see something better. As I said, we're fortunate, we've got a while yet, but now's the time we got to start, you know, that squeaky wheel, you know, try and get the grease.
Back in the big ice storm, we actually were one of the few municipalities with hydro, which is all on you guys, because you kept us up, and most places around didn't have hydro. Is that an option, that we could just shut off the grid and stay on our own?
No, we don't have the capacity to support the whole town. And actually, I would like to create the credit back in the day of the ice storm, but that technically wasn't us. It was the line guys and the system that was held up. Although the way our system is set up right now, we have one plant that we could advocate to essentially supply energy into the town. But with these days, with people with their own generators, like the hospital as backup now, it's not as big a thing anymore. And it's not something you build for anymore, actually, to island yourself, so to speak. So.
Perfect review.
Your Worship, through you, and the contract is a prime example of, you know, the ability to share information. Sean's very quick to share the information he has with the board. They're all very quick to offer their opinion, and we tweak things. And then we were fortunate by an amazing coincidence that Minister of Energy Todd Smith was in the county with the Premier, as was his parliamentary assistant, Rick Brzee, and the Minister of Natural Resources. And so I've met them a couple times before, so they somehow remembered who I was, so we sat and had a couple of minutes of conversation about it. So we've managed to start planting, you know, some information. I'm sure I'll bump into them by accident at Roma and be able to talk a little more about it. So we're starting a bit of a long range, pushing the information out and asking what more do you need, and then with the work that Sean's association does, they're also working with AMO's policy group to inform the government as well. So it's going to be a longer term project, and will, you know, there'll be some politics involved at some point. So that's kind of what we, you know, the marriage works out really well.
Perfect. Any other questions? Good. Thank you very much. We
Thank you.
appreciate your time, and thank you for coming and you giving up your evening to sit and listen to Sean, that you know everything already. So we appreciate you taking the time. Moving on, I would like to invite Renfrew Hydro to do a council orientation. Mr. Lance Jeffries, President of Renfrew Hydro.
Oh, perfect. Can you hear me now? Ah, that's better. Awesome. Anyway, thank you for this opportunity. I do want to welcome a few of the Renfrew Hydro team that is joining me this evening. On my right here is our board chair, Andy Bolt. Just give us a wave. Director Bruce Rizicki. Manager of Operations, James Riopel, and our Director of Finance, Steve Head. So, and I believe our other director on our board, Merv Beckstad, is in Florida, but online listening and viewing, so, which is nice to have that technology. So, really, you know, what I want to do is, you know, give you a good introduction to Renfrew Hydro, but in the context of the entire electrical landscape and industry that we play in, it's very complex. And you know, I'm not going to go into mega details on anything, but I do offer to anyone sitting around here, if you have any questions at any time, please reach out to myself, any of our staff, any of our board members are all very knowledgeable, and it's a challenging environment in which we operate, so I don't anticipate anyone to get this on the first cut. I've been doing this for 36 years and I'm still learning, so it's right. So we can move on, please. So for many, many years, the electricity network, you know, it's probably the ultimate just-in-time delivery model. You match supply just as a customer demands it. Has been built on large generation capacity spread out across the province with interconnected grid. We're all interconnected through a transmission system. And I circled what Renfrew Hydro is responsible for, and we're fortunate in this town to have what we refer to as sub-transmission voltage, which is 44 kV, which is a pretty popular voltage that Hydro One uses to supply rural towns and small towns and their larger industrial customers. We own and operate it here, and you can see I placed RPG, their Thomas Lowe generating station, generates right onto our 44 system. And then we take that down to a 4 kV level, basically 10 times smaller, and that's what we use for distribution voltage. Very popular in old towns in the province. It's got its pros and cons, but and then obviously we have several, you know, about 1,800 transformers that we step it down to the useful voltage so you can plug in your iPads and computers, etc. Just a quick, I'm not going to spend a lot of time here on, I just wanted to show you sort of the supply mix in the province. You can see that the nuclear is about approximately 1/3 of the generation capacity, and water, hydraulic, is about 1/4. Yet, when you look at actually what the production is, their nuclear is supplying almost 50%, 58% of the energy in the province of Ontario. And, you know, hydro's pretty steady at 23%. It's a strength, and it's also a weakness in that nuclears you can't flick off and on very quickly. The only other thing I'd bring to your attention is that the province still has availability of about 28% of gas, yet they really squeeze that down. We're only using about less than 10%. But you'll see with some of this, you'll hear in the news some nuclear refurbishment that's going on at, you know, particularly Pickering. They're trying to extend that. That's about 15% of the capacity in the province. You will see gas pick up, and with that, you'll probably see the price of the commodity increase somewhat as well. So 13% of Ontario's generation capacity is embedded in local distribution companies, such as Renfrew Hydro. And we are very fortunate in this town to, you know, have on paper 7 megawatts of very green power connected to our system. And, you know, we never ever produce 7 megawatts at once. I know RPG, Sean's contract at, you know, is at 4 megs at peak, and, you know, but we can comfortably supply probably 20, up to 1/3 at peak of the demand here in Renfrew just locally. But I will say that on a per capita basis, we're probably, if not the highest, one of the highest in the province to have embedded generation. We run around 12 megawatts and we have this, so it's a big selling feature from an environmental perspective for the town. I'm going to go in to a little more deep. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this slide, other than just want to point out that electricity is a provincially run entity. And one of the weaknesses in our country is provinces don't always get along well, and there's not an overarching national strategy for delivering. Otherwise, we'd be leveraging some of the greener powers around us, such as Quebec, BC, et cetera. And, it's every province is somewhat siloed on that, so. Going to point out two major industry and government players, namely the Ontario Energy Board. They're sort of the gatekeeper of everything that goes on in this industry. They set all the rules and regulations. They're given the mandate by the province, the Ministry of Energy. And the other one I'd point to is the commonly referred to as the IESO. It's the Independent Electricity System Operator, and they're an entity that basically runs the entire grid. They run the market. They're responsible for long-term planning, bringing on generation resources, the whole system response, emergency response. They interconnect with North American grid. It's all interconnected. Many years ago, you may recall that the province had an entire blackout because of a mishap down in the States. That's how interconnected the electricity system is. We can move on, please. This, I don't expect you to, it's a very busy slide, but it was meant to give you just, there's numerous players in this industry, and we're all sort of circling around the Ontario Energy Board. They set the rules and the regulations. You can see in the upper right, Renfrew Hydro is a distribution company, much the same as Toronto Hydro, Hydro One, Hydro Ottawa, et cetera. And then mid-left is the generation players, and Renfrew Power Generation is depicted there as well. The electricity sector and industry in the province is convoluted, very challenging, and large distributors such as Hydro One, Hydro Ottawa, Toronto Hydro, they have entire departments to deal with this regulatory framework. We follow exactly the same rules. We have to do the same thing, but we do it at, 1/10 of our desk. So I don't want to underestimate how big a challenge that is for small folks like us at Renfrew Hydro, but very fortunate to have some very dynamic and qualified staff to make this happen. So the main reason for this heavy-handed regulation is that we have a monopoly. We're the only wires in town. There is no competition. And so, it's all these rules and regulation is in place to protect the consumer. We can't charge whatever we want. Lots of people think we control what the electricity rates are. We don't. Absolutely not. The commodity is controlled across the entire province. We get a portion, and I'll explain that in a couple of little later slides, how we derive that. But suffice to say that we have a lot of rules to follow here. So the overarching in every province is the government, the Ministry of Energy, and I'm not going to go through all these acts and changes. I'll point two out to you folks this evening. The governing Liberal Party back in 2009 introduced the Green Energy and Green Economy Act, which many of you are familiar with the term FIT, tariffs, feed-in tariffs. In fact, the town of Renfrew took advantage of this. They have solar generation on two of their facilities, the Mattaway Recreation Center and the water filtration plant, and are getting a very favorable return. I think it's 34 and 32 cents a kilowatt hour. We sell it for 10. For those that run a business, you can see how awkward that is, but it was meant to, green the economy and stimulate Ontario as a leader in clean energy. And then, 10 years later, our governing party, the Progressive Conservative Party, gets in power and, created the Fixing the Hydro Mess Act and basically reversed all of this, the FIT contracts and the renewable generation incentives, et cetera. So, and the point I'm trying to make is that we have to react and adapt and live in this environment. Even a simple thing like a rate change seems simple. There's a lot of programming and effort done by our staff just to accommodate these changes. The OEB has been granted the legislated authority to control this industry in the province, and I can say that the regulatory burden is significant, and it continues to expand. And I've been doing this a long time. I was former CEO of Hydro Ottawa, and every government comes in and say they're trying to reduce red tape, trying to make it better. The truth is they just add. We're having to do more administrative type duties. And the latest and greatest is the Green Button Act that's just been passed through Parliament, where everybody will be able to view their electricity consumption on their smartphone, download their data, et cetera. That's costing us thousands of dollars here. And when we did a poll to our customer base, there was I'd say less than 2% really were interested in that. Nonetheless, to keep our license, we've got to follow the rules. And, this is more for illustrative purposes. It's just that we're overly governed with rules. And, I'll just pull one. The distribution system code is how we're to manage the distribution system in this province, and that itself is probably a 2-inch binder thick of rules, regulations, how often you should inspect your plant, when you perform maintenance on it, some of the safety precautions, et cetera. So they're quite prescriptive. You don't have a lot of opportunity to color outside the lines here in this industry. So getting back to your asset, Renfrew Hydro, I've used the acronym LDC, Local Distribution Company. That's what we are. And in my mind, we got two main fundamental deliverables as an LDC. And one is, quite frankly, keeping the lights on. We're an asset management company, not unlike the town is with their water or sewer system, very similar. These assets last for 50, 60 years, very capital intensive business. So our goal and mandate is to, when you get home, you flick the lights that they're on, and in the event that they do go out, we put them back on very quickly. The other side of the house is more around the finances, customer service, and it's about delivering an accurate bill, one that the customers can understand, and being available to answer customers' questions, customer service. And we used to use an acronym in the industry of the killer bees. If you look after the killer bees, you'll be a fine utility, and that is brownouts, which is power quality, blackouts, power outages, and billing. If you don't do those three things, you can get into a death spiral. And fortunately enough, for the town of Renfrew, I'm proud to say that we're doing well in all three accounts there. So we are a for-profit business, even though we have a monopoly. It's not a dirty word. We are incorporated under the Ontario Business Corporations Act. We serve about 4,300 customers. We just service the customers within the town proper boundaries. We're actually the 8th smallest utility in the province. That the province of Ontario used to have 320 odd LDCs, municipal-owned utilities. We're down to 60, and we sit about 8th in terms of size. We handle about close to $13 million pass through our things, but our business proper, a lot of this is flow through for the commodity portion. We operate on about a little over $2 million. We have 10 staff and a 3-director board. This is a look at our org structure. It's really, quite frankly, designed to deliver those two main deliverables, right? You can notice the green and the blue, and that's, James oversees keeping the lights on and the asset management, and Stephen here oversees our billing, our finances, and customer service. And I try to stay out of their way. That's and remove any barriers to success, and that's our board of directors that I introduced prior. So these are really Renfrew Hydro's power system. These are the assets that we manage. So I won't list them all, but there's our distribution stations, poles, transformers. We also manage the street lights on behalf of the town here, as well as the traffic lights, the intersection lights. All our assets are analyzed for age, condition, risk of failure, impact of failure. Maintenance and replacement programs are then developed, utilizing industry best asset management practices. I'm sure very similar to what Mike Gosselin's doing with the water and sewer infrastructure here. So, we're really all about delivering value for the town of Renfrew, our customers, our stakeholders. And I often tell my staff that we're in a privileged position, but a unique position, because when we walk into a backyard to perform work, we're not only working for our customer, we're working for our owner. Customers, by default, own us, and it's a unique position to be as a business, and it's one that my staff has embraced, and I will show you later that I think so does our customer base as well. I think what actually makes Renfrew Hydro successful, and most successful, is the people. And I know that our staff embody these values to the core. They got a great work ethic. Kudos to my predecessors in the town for their hiring, but I am blessed with a very good staff here at Renfrew Hydro, and quite frankly, we need it. With 10 folks to do what we do, you have to have some pretty talented individuals, and I pinch myself a lot of times driving in that just how fortunate I am to have a team like I inherited here in Renfrew. So the center of our donut is all about delivering value. We want to be a valuable asset for you, our shareholder, and for our customers and all stakeholders. And we have 4 strategic areas of focus: organizational effectiveness, the experience of the customer, being financially viable, and overall commitment to the community. And I'm not going to go into the details on each of these, but we share these with our staff, and it's in our strategic direction, supported by our board of directors, and it's sort of a fundamental cornerstone for our organization, that delivering value. Flip through this rather quickly. We have 4,364 metered customers. I think the next slide is a little more telltaling. 1% of our customers consume 50% of the power in Renfrew. And that's not unusual, large industries. But we have, roughly 88% of our customer base are residential. Yet, our large commercial customers are consuming almost 50% of the power here. So the town, we average about 12,000 kilowatts of load, 12 megawatts. Sean mentioned that he could produce 6, at all his generation there in the hydraulic. So we nicely run the town at 12 megawatts. However, we peak, and the town is pretty much a summer peaking, although we had an unusual January in 2019 where we peaked, but I think it was a really cold January. And it shows that we still have quite a bit of electrical baseboard heating in a lot of apartments and housing here. So to put this in perspective, we have 30 megawatts of transformation capability in our 4 kV system here in Renfrew. And we're running around 12. I wouldn't want to take any more than about 24. So what that allows is we can take out any one of our 5 substations to perform maintenance, shut it down, lose one, touch wood, I hope that doesn't happen, but no one's going to see a long power outage here. So I'm very confident that we're positioned very well in this town for the electrification of transportation, adding, that load. I'd love to see some growth. We're ready for it. We have the capacity here, but we're not in dire straits in the town. So we're in good shape that way. Overall, the energy that we're delivering as a company and consuming in this town is going down. It's trending down. Not drastically, but it is trending down. And there's some good news and there's some bad news with that. The good news is that some of the energy programs have been very well adopted here in Renfrew, and give the town kudos, converted their street lighting system to LED, reduce the energy consumption for the town, reduce the energy consumption that we deliver. The bad news is this is a sign that the town is very stagnant. For the last decade, we haven't had a lot of growth. Not a lot of large businesses coming in town, a lot of homes coming in. Obviously, we're hoping that changes a bit with the extension of the 4 lanes and that, but that is probably the most beneficial thing to our utility is we have the capacity. The only way we can grow our profits, our income is through growth. So we are a fairly valuable town asset, and over the past 6 years, we've provided almost $1.4 million in revenue to the town in both in dividends and in interest payments on our promissory note. We're also trying to grow the overall value, I'll say the market value of Renfrew Hydro, and it is increasing. We use a terminology called the rate base in this industry, and the rate base is really just the value of all our assets that we manage, all the poles, all the transformers, wires, et cetera, minus the accumulated depreciation on those assets. So we've seen a 24% increase over the past 6 years. And, it's really, if someone was to, Bloomberg or someone was to put a value on us, KPMG, they'd look at this, the rate base, as here's the value. And other municipalities in Ontario, I'm not saying it's always that lucrative, but have sold their utilities for 1.5 times the rate base. So in those terms, that's $12.4 million. So the keys to our financial success is expanding our rate base by increasing our net assets and that value, and it results in proportional increase to our net income and obviously dividends to the town. That means growth. We do have some aging infrastructure, and we're spending upgrading it, and it does have a positive impact. But the best positive impact is new businesses and homes in the town of Renfrew. We can shift our labor, and we have from OM&A, from operations, maintenance, and administration to capital, and that does give us immediate positive impact. It really spreads out that cost over the duration of that asset, which we have long-term assets, 50, 60 years. We need to reduce our controllable expenses and not operating maintenance and admin costs. So, some of these examples are our forestry programs, cost of fuel, should we be investing in electric vehicles, overall interest rates, paper bills, for example. If we could get everybody in the town onto e-billing, electronic bills, we'd save all that cost of, paper stamps, all that good stuff. So really the secret sauce in this, in our business, is investing in capital to reduce your operating costs. Obviously, technology plays a big part in that, both information technology, and I refer to it as OT, operational technology. And you're seeing more and more of that deployed into the grid itself. You noticed this past summer, what would have been large-scale outages, we were able to put the town back on in literally minutes with through remote control systems on the grid that Hydro One supplies us. We're embedded in Hydro One's distribution system, and I think someone was asking Clint maybe about, all our generators are protected. The system, the grid, is protected by what they call anti-islanding protection. So we can't really, in a large blackout, carve ourselves and produce ourselves and eliminate the grid. It's possible, but there's got to be some protection and control investments to do that. And finally, a successful rate application process. That is how we set our rates. You have to go to the Ontario Energy Board, and you're scrutinized on every line item, and we just can't. They have what they consider a permissible expense. And I'll use some, probably a poor example, but, if we chose to drive Ferraris as our vehicle of choice, the OEB would go, I don't think so. You're getting a chef. And, even though we can drive Ferraris, we wouldn't get to recover that cost in our rates. They would give you the CHEV rate. And it was similar to that on our promissory note. We were only allowed to recover from our customers 3.72%, yet we were paying 7.25%. So, but we were losing money right out of the gate as a business. So I'm going to, this is, no one's going to walk away completely understanding how we set rates, because it takes years. But essentially, it's called a cost of service. And what you do is you put all your costs that are reasonable and fair market value into delivering the services, and it's divvied up across your customer base. And there's 4 or 5 different types of customers. There's the residential, there's small commercial, large commercial, et cetera. And proportionately, our costs are spread amongst them, and then we derive our rates from that. The tricky part is like sort of signing on to a 5-year mortgage, fixed. So that's what we do. We go to the OEB, and we haven't been there for 7 years, so we're overdue here. And you bring your cost of employees, fuel, everything, and you get scrutinized. But the tricky part is you have to pull out your crystal ball and predict what your growth rate's going to be. How much energy are you going to deliver? And so it's called a load forecast. So you got to balance those two. And, they pay attention as well to 4 lanes, et cetera. It becomes a bit of a half art, half science to land this properly. I think that's good for that slide. I think what I wanted to, this is sort of a detailed thing, but really the vertical boxes, for lack of a better word, that is what goes into our revenue requirement. The other side of that is predicting the load forecast. But really what you do is your net income is your profit, what you're allowed to make. You're allowed to, we're a capital intensive business, we're expected to carry debt, we're allowed to recover the interest costs of our debt. There's operating and maintenance costs, or depreciation and taxes, and that's their costs that go in there. But it's not actual debt to equity ratios in a company in this industry. They deem your rate base on deemed things. It's a 60-40. So we are, let's say we have total equity and we have debt free. Just said we were worth $8 million. We can only earn as our net income 40%. That we're assumed at 40% of that. So that's, on $8 million, that's $3.2 million. And then we're allowed to earn 8.78 return on equity, return on assets. That's our profits. Mental math here, but that's about 280 grand. So that's it. And if you over earn, you're allowed a bit of a buffer, plus or minus 3% on that. So if you can push it up 10 to 11, you're doing really well. If you drop below 5, you have to go back to the OEB, and they're questioning your management capabilities. If you over earn, you give it back to your customers. So even if council said, we'd like to get $500,000 net income out of you, we wouldn't be able to do that ourselves within the confines and the rules and regulations. They're there to protect the consumer because we have a monopoly. So most people think that we get the entire bill. We're responsible for collecting and paying, but we really only operate on about 20% of the hydro bill. And throughout the province, it's pretty consistent between 20 and 25% is what the local distribution company gets to operate their thing. Obviously, that changes with the amount of commodity you consumed. This is an average, I think, 750, but if you don't consume anything, we become a bigger part of the bill because our costs are fixed to deliver. So it's like for a residential customer right now, it's about $27 to that we receive on a monthly basis to have you connected. As well, our friends at the Ontario Energy Board forces every utility to have key performance indicators and stats. And this is Renfrew Hydro's scorecard. It's on the OEB website, it's on our website, and it's measuring us on service quality, customer satisfaction, safety, asset management, you know, sort of the key performance indicators. I will say green is good, means you're meeting your targets and goals, and we're very green. So don't expect you, at any time you can go and you could compare us to any other utility in the province. We all record the same stuff. So this is our, these terms are probably new to some around the table. It's called SAIDI and SAFE acronyms. It's system average interruption duration, D for length, duration, and F is for frequency. So basically, when you have a power outage, how long is it, and how often does your power go out? Renfrew Hydro customers, on average, had a power outage for 23 minutes throughout 2021. That was duration. And however, 1 out of every 6 experienced that. That's an average across the system. These are very good indices. These are our controllable indices. So if the entire grid goes out, these aren't reflected in this or our loss of supply. That being said, a good rule of thumb for folks around the table is 1. If the average customer experiences 1 outage that lasts 1 hour, that's world-class reliability. We're well below that. So we're pretty fortunate here in this town, and kudos to James and team. He patrols this system just on a daily basis, and we fix things before they become a problem. So how we compare to others, the important stuff in my mind, cost. So our average bill is residential is about $112 on, this is 700 kilowatt hours. You have to run a comparator here. Very close to Hydro Ottawa, 113. We're below the average in the province. That's 119. We're sitting about the lower third. We're about 20th out of 60th from a low perspective, which is good. We're obviously not the lowest, but we are comparable. If you look at Hydro One, some sides of the street, and you know, in Renfrew County and Renfrew, they're 133 and we're 112. So that's a positive for the town. Well, another consistent measure is the operating and maintenance costs per customer. We're right on the average here. I'd like to improve this a bit. As I said, investing in technology, but we're close. We're 341. Ontario provincial average is 342. You can look at others, and some other customers have LDCs have an advantage because they have growth. Hydro Auto puts in 3,000 to 5,000 new homes every year, basically builds a Renfrew every year. You don't really have to do much maintenance in the first year, 2 year. You guys get it. You buy a new car, hopefully you're not doing a lot of maintenance and repairs on it. We have an older system here, so we're slightly disadvantaged, but if you get my message, growth will help. So anyway, next slide. So refer back, Hawkesbury has very low OM&A. That's because they have no staff, but their reliability indices are quite a bit poorer than ours. So it's always a balancing act. And you know, you want to have reasonable prices, you want to have high reliability, and you want to keep your customers happy. That's in a nutshell our business. Next, please. Very proud to say that Renfrew Hydro has the highest customer satisfaction rating around all our peers. And I'm going to explain this. Czech Group is a group of small utilities that have banded together in the province to share knowledge, resources, cut our costs. As I said, we don't have the bandwidth. We're general practitioners, so we sort of bring in experts to help us with regulatory or finance, et cetera. And these are small utilities across the, Ottawa River Power, Pembroke is one of them. Rideau St. Lawrence is another, Eastern Ontario. But very proud to say we all do exactly the same survey, and we ended up number one. So that speaks volumes to me. Customers aren't shy in sharing good or bad with you. So our governance is, I saw Sean's presentation, so I didn't go into the whole, I didn't want to duplicate 3 or 4 slides, but we're very much a similar entity, do different things, and, we have a lot of complexity, as I've shared with you, but we're, we have a 3-person board of directors, and I will share with this council that I can honestly say that, that for a small town, we've been blessed. Experience, knowledge, and passion that these 3 gentlemen have brought to the table for a number of years. I've had the privilege to serve on a number of boards. I actually serve on the Czech board right now. We're fortunate to have the skill set in small numbers, and what makes them good is they care. They really. They want what's best for this organization, and they want what's best for this town. I know we're considering and council of changing our governance structure in the new year, and I really appreciate the fact that we're taking time to get this right. I think it's important. I think there's some stale governance practices that we were thrown together at 2000 by we're deregulated, and I think it's a good opportunity for all of us to put some effort into this and get this right. This is a very valuable asset for the town, and I thank council for allowing us to get it right, and I thank Rob as well. So I'm just about done here, but we're going into a rate application. So we haven't had a rate application for 7 years, so we've been sort of living. And the way our rate applications work is we go in, get our cost of service, get our rates approved, and then we're sort of fixed for 5 years. So our long-term debt rates are fixed for 5 years. A lot of variables are fixed. We do get the benefit of an inflation factor. So if CPI is 2%, it's actually an industry factor. We get that minus a productivity factor. So we actually erode slightly for a 5-year period because if inflation is 2%, we're expected to achieve 1.7. They're going to give us 1.7% right now, and that's sort of our efficiency thing. Obviously, I'm not sure what the Ontario Energy Board's going to do if inflation sticks around high figures, because 0.3 dock off 6 isn't that bad, but it's a lot off 1 or 2, right? So it's really a balancing act. Like, we're trying to keep our rates as low as reasonably possible. We know that's good for the town. We want to maintain our existing safety, reliability. We are dealing with modernizing the grid. We've been around for 100 years. Technology, electrification of transportation, embedded generation, all these things, we need to, invest in the modernization of that. And we want to be economically viable. We want to be a valuable asset for the town. So our projected bill increases right now, we haven't even went there yet, so I don't anticipate that that's what these are going to be, because we're going to have an arm wrestling match for months on this, that's not your cost of fuel, yes it is, blah, blah, blah. Is residential about 4.3%, small commercial 3.2%, and our large commercial 0.03. And you might go, why is that? Well, the reason is that large commercial, their commodity portion is so huge, our little things. Our fixed cost on a commercial is about $270. On a residential, it's $27. But if you're consuming $80,000 worth of electricity, us putting up the rates means very little on the total bill on a large thing. It impacts smaller consumers. Obviously, the less you consume, and we put up your fixed rate, if you didn't consume any, it's a bigger hit to your electricity bill, because we get a volumetric portion in commercial, small commercial, and we get a demand or volumetric portion in large commercial, but any RPP customer that's under either time of use or tiered rates, we only get a fixed portion. It's a connection point. And that was put in purpose so we could promote energy conservation and not, hurt ourselves, because we used to be, here we are in the business of transporting electricity and we're asking you to use less. So that's, so we're kept sort of whole that way. 2023 priorities for organization, obviously the rate application. This is not a light undertaking for a small utility. It cost Renfrew Hydro 7 years ago about $250,000 to complete. My hair will grow grayer, so will Steve's throughout this process. It'll take the full year, but we're going to do it. And we'll set this organization up for success for the next 5 years. We actually start collective bargaining with our IBW Local 636, which are our line trades, next Monday. So we've got an advanced look at their proposal, and I'm pretty confident we can get a deal done here. We are going through the third challenge for us this year is an organizational transition, which I'm primarily responsible for, because I'm calling it a full career. I hit a milestone age. I know I look younger. No. Next year, my wife's telling me enough's enough. But I'm confident that we'll put in place, I know we will leave this organization in good hands, and I can hope to instill confidence in you folks as a shareholder that Renfrew Hydro will be a growing concern for the foreseeable future. The rest is, we've got a couple of major capital projects on the go, and we're actually getting a new double bucket truck. So previous council approved that expenditure, and I'm sure our staff are looking forward to a new toy, so to speak. But they last 20-some years, so, and they better, because they're about $600,000. So, and this is basically the final slide. The future has arrived. We are getting into modern times. There's a lot of pressure. Climate action, electrification. I don't think Renfrew County and Renfrew is going to be the leading edge of this wedge, but we're going to be dragged along, and we're going to be ready. And I can assure you, this council and the town, that we have the capacity and the distribution system to enable this. And really want to thank everyone for this. Thanks, Rob, for organizing this. It was a pleasure. And if I may, I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank our main point of contact in this town since I've arrived has been Kim Bulmer. Kim, you've been the ultimate professional in dealing with us. We couldn't ask for better support, communication, portal into the town. And I don't know how long you're going to be around, but I did want to acknowledge that. Really appreciate all you've done for us at Renfrew Hydro. You've been a great ally. Thank you. And say two.
Thank you very much. I think it's, I always get watching council's face when they're new and seeing this stuff, and, you know, we just got like a degree in economics, you know, engineering, you know, the backstory of how hydro works is pretty intense, and I want to thank you for having a great team. I know a number of years ago, I don't know if Jamie would remember, but Christmas Eve, more like Christmas Day, middle of the night, a transformer blew up in front of my house, and hydro was there probably within an hour and a half and had it fixed within. It was remarkable, like it was unbelievable. And just to reiterate one of the slides that you put on, not to minimize the office staff because you guys bring in the money, but just to reiterate all those lines, everything that's in this town, 5 people look after it. That's pretty impressive. To be honest, that's pretty remarkable. So I'll turn it over to council. Any questions?
Thank you, Doug.
Councillor Dick.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just have a comment. I have to echo what Mayor Sidney just said. I've been living in this town 47 years. I've dealt with Renfrew Hydro many times. Your linesmen are professional. They're quick. We had a power outage over on Wade Avenue many years ago at like 12 at night, and honestly, it was like 20 minutes and the guys were there. I was like, oh my, you know. Your front office staff, the former were amazing. The front office staff you have now are amazing. And I just, when I was listening to you speak, and I was just like, I have to say this and get this on record, like all your staff are amazing, and I just want to thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Andrew. True. I used to be the COO of Hydro Ottawa. We averaged about 17,000, 18,000 a pole to replace. Here in town, when I arrived, we were averaging about 8 or 9. Now, we don't have the travel distance. That's a big benefit, but we have skilled people that come to work every day. Very proud of that.
Revimo?
Just a couple of points. So congratulations on retirement. I will suggest to you that your partner may leave printed notes around the house saying what retirement is. I've had that since I left the workforce. Yeah. Every day there's a little doily with, this isn't really retirement, you know. And so you may get that. I'll just warn you ahead of time. And just to echo about your staff, I'm out and around a lot in various hours because of my lifestyle, and that's not as sinister as it sounds, but so I see them out at night and during the day, and one day, I guess about 5 weeks ago, I somehow the waste disposal folks came earlier than I'm used to, and I was trotting down the street trying to catch them, and one of your guys went by in the truck, said, oh, we'll take that, and they took it down, caught the truck for me and put it in, so great service. So thank you very much. But yeah, seriously, congratulations and thank you to your staff and your board. I've had the interaction with your board on a number of times over any number of issues, and issues is not a big I word. It's been a conversation, and okay, let's find a spot where we can make this work. To that, can you, if you wouldn't mind, explain to council, just your memory's better than mine, the decision last year to change the interest rate on the debenture from the 2000 agreement?
Yeah, could I share why we wanted to do?
Oh, yes. It's just a history thing.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Just the decision and why we changed the interest rate on the debenture, and because the debenture was issued in 2000.
So as I referred to, when you go to a rate application, you sort of lock in costs for a 5-year term. And one of those costs is your long-term debt rate. Our long-term debt rate is primarily driven by the promissory note that we own. So when we were formed back in 2000, the interest rate of the day was 7.25. The expectations of the Ontario Energy Board was that that would move on 5-year increments, that no one won or lost, like the customers. So we kept honoring the 7.25, even though that we could only recover 3.72, basically half of it in our rates. So when we started every year, we lost 100 grand on our things, which that, we could only make 280, so now we're down to 180, right? Like, right out of the get-go. And they don't care what you pay, they just care what the customer pays. So we can overspend. I could have an oak desk and drive a Cadillac. They don't care, but they're only giving us, a pine desk and a fort. And that was the long-term debt. It's deemed, but we couldn't fully recover that. So we had to negotiate with the shareholder, explain that, and it's not an easy explanation either. The town and council recognize that for the long-term viability of us, this is in the best interest. And one of the reasons that we wanted to do this ahead of going forward, it gives us the advantage of showing the OEB that we're prudent managers, that we take these customers' dollars seriously. We negotiate with our owner, so I thank council and my board for their assistance in this, because it is going to serve us well when we go to in front of the OEB and all the interveners. I didn't mention that, but there's a number of folks that challenge you, associations and lawyers that make a living doing this, scrutinizing your costs. So it's not for the faint at heart. It's I call it, I think I described to my board, it's like going for a root canal without the freezing. So thank you, Peter, for that.
Could just ask one more question? My foggy understanding of the rate increase process is that it costs a lot of money, and the prescribed rate at the end of the day, you don't really recover the money you've spent on the front end of 5 years over the 5 years. So it's to me, it's a lost investment. When we do development charges here, we are allowed to factor in every time we do a study what we think the cost of the next study is going to be and claim that back through the, it's part of the rate. But I have the impression that that's not the same with you folks, that your rate, that I think it's a couple $100,000 that you spend on this exercise, you don't really get to claim that, you don't really get that back.
We are allowed to recover the costs of a rate application, but we spread it out over the entire 5-year window. So one of the reasons that we didn't go right after the 5 years, because that fell off, and so we actually we're getting it. It was built into our rates, but we weren't really having to pay for that or cover that off. And the other reason was the volatility and just the markets and the economic environment we were working in. We didn't want to lock in, is it 5 or 6%, because we were just at the cusp there, and it was starting to take a sky road, upward trend for costs, and particularly a lot of our components, the metal components, materials, were all competing because of the auto industry, battery manufacturing. So we use a lot of copper and aluminum, so do they. And we're seeing, on average, our material cost has gone up 42%. Like that, so we pulled the reins on it because we were going to get it wrong, quite frankly, last year, and the board supported that. This year, we're in a lot better state, but we're going to be challenged quite a bit. But we're very honest and transparent, and that the costs are the costs. So we do get to recover it. But I will tell you, Peter, that we're doing a lot of the legwork this year. We didn't hire a consultant. to help us, we will need a lawyer, because it is a procedural thing, but we put some sweat equity into this, so our cost, I hope to keep our costs down. So I don't want to pass costs on to the customers, but it is part of the process.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Zabowski?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Right at the beginning, you just talked about the 44 kV pros and cons in our area. You say it's common wiring for our area. Can you just elaborate what the pros and cons are so that as we progress and want to build the future that we know what we have here?
Okay, so the 4 kV system was very common in original distribution systems. Every town that had a generating station that electrified themselves, the Pembrokes, the Renfrews, the Elmonts, the small towns, 4 kV was a very prevalent distribution system. It happens to be the lowest level of primary voltage to distribute. The higher your voltage, and I'll do a comparator to a water system, so the higher the pressure, you can push your water further. So the higher the voltage is like the pressure. So for example, the tower corridors that you see, they're as high as 500 kV in this province. So we're down to 4 kV. So the strength of a 4 kV system is it's very resilient to tree branches and things like that. So a branch can lie on it, it doesn't have the pressure to push it through, and the lights stay on. The weakness of it, and I'm going to take you back to grade 10 science, power is equal to voltage times amperage. So to deliver the same amount of power at 4 kV to 12 kV, we have to up the amperage 3 times to deliver the same power. There's an inherent loss in electricity systems as you up amperage. It's sort of a friction, it's a heat. They're called I squared R losses, and it's proportionate to the I is amperage. So we have a high loss system. So it's not as efficient of a distribution system because we push more current through it and we have more heating, eddy current type losses. So the OEB allows you, again, 5% loss factor on a distribution system. We're pushing close to that. We're like 4 or 5, 4, 6. If we upped our voltage level to even 12 kV, we reduce that substantially down to 1 or 2. There's costs associated with that. The good news in this town is that we own the overarching system, the 44 system that supplies it. It all ends up on that 44. So every current load that we deliver on the 4 kV system is supplied by the overarching 44 system. So what we're doing, and since I've come here and James is quickly adopted, anything over 500 kilowatts or kVA, we put on this system to become more efficient on the 4 kV. So if we put Mattaway Park, which is a meg load now, the thing on the 44 system, we reduce line losses considerably by 10 times. So we basically run a more efficient distribution system, and it also gives us more room for residential growth, small commercial growth, and people to plug in their cars at every home. Does that answer your question?
It does. It certainly clarifies it. I guess the ultimate goal I'm trying to achieve is to be attractive to new businesses. If we have an extreme loss on our power grid, how attractive are we to grow? Like if we're going to bring more, maybe not industry, but commercial. So I know you say we can house it, but are we doing it the right way?
Yeah, so to answer that question, we avoid those losses on our large commercial customers by putting them directly on the 44. So that they get that benefit of a far more efficient system. And not every town owns their 44 sub-transmission system, we do. So in fact, I believe it was this year, we actually charged Hydro One to wheel power through our system to feed Northcote substation, because they had to, on a feeder out of Cobden TS, had to do some road work, they had to isolate the 44 system, so they call us and say, do you mind if we use your wires to supply that? Sure, for a cost, and we do. So it's we're situated well. A lot of communities would convert. It's voltage conversion from 4 kV to 12 kV. You see Pembroke doing it now. We're sort of isolated here in town, and I've done an analysis, and I don't think that's in our best interest because we have that 44. They don't. So we have that advantage to put, you know, the next Wrangler Jean Company or Scapa tape that arrives in town on that higher voltage system. So, and we did Lapine Apartments, actually.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Council? Councilor McWhirter?
Without sounding too self-serving, it's nice to see the decision to make your two groups back in 2000, because I sat on council at the time, paid off, and they didn't come back to bite us on the butt. So you guys have done an awesome job. I just wanted to say that. Not very often you get in a situation where I'm back on council and I get to see the benefits of having made maybe the right decisions with the council at the time. So awesome job, guys. And I've known Jamie way too long, so great job.
We good?
Thank you, and everyone knows Jamie.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you being here. Appreciate the board being here. Thank you, Jamie and staff. Thank you. So, now we're going to turn it over for council orientation on the procurement policy highlights and vendor disqualification overview presented by our Deputy Treasurer, Mr. Ferguson. Take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so this is a presentation that was actually provided to the senior management / leadership team in November. So it's only about 16, 17 slides, so it's a high-level overview. There is supplementary information behind the actual policies for procurement and vendor disqualification are attached behind it in your agenda package. So if you do want to go in more detail, we can find those answers there, but this highlight is just a high-level overview, just kind of get everyone the basic understanding, and then we can dive deeper going forward as well. So in the background here, we have just some what we're trying to do with the policy. So the background of the policy is to ensure that the prices paid for goods and services make optimum use of our resources while ensuring that we are being transparent, essentially. So supporting the fair and consistent treatment of all vendors who are involved in the process. We want to ensure that fair and equitable bid processes occur, essentially. So we make sure we have adherence to the statement of ethics for public purchasers, as well as meet legislative compliance. As noted below in the legislative compliance, you'll see that's attached in one of those policies that is attached to the agenda package in Appendix C. We'll go to the next slide. This is just an example of the authorities and procurement methods. So what we mean by authorities is who has the authority to make these purchases and what authorized employees are able to do so, and what the dollar value attached to each of those authorized employees are. So on the chart here, we have 500 or less being a petty cash method. There will be specific employees who are authorized under 5,000, very similar, so credit card or purchase order process. 5,000 to 20,000, you'll have a request for quotation, an informal method, or a purchase order. And you'll have authorized employee plus a department head approval. The next section is a request for quotation, which is a written request for quotation. Each of these will go through at a high level in one of the next slides. And then you'll have your authority level on the right side for that as well. So you have the department head plus the treasurer or CAO. And then the last two are your full-on request for proposal, tender, standing offers. And your approval authority would be the CAO and treasurer, or if you are $100,000 or more, it would be council approval. So just the definitions of each of those procurement methods. Request for quotes means you get the offer to sell goods and services to purchase surplus goods from the town. The request for tenders, you'll see the definition there as well. Through a tender process, it's where we know the specifics. So a good example of what we would go out for tender for would be a plow truck or something like that, where we know we need certain plows, we need a certain vehicle, so we just spec it out and then put out the tender, and we look for the lowest bid and someone that meets the requirements of our tender document. The next item is the request for proposal. This is an instance where the town needs a service, and there might be some gray area or uncertainty about what specifically the town might need, so you put out a request for proposal, and a company would provide you with a proposal, essentially saying what they think you need to get to the desired outcome. So the definition for that is there as well, but that's just in layman's terms. So this last item is the standing offer, which shall mean an offer from a supplier that allows the town to purchase frequently ordered goods and services or construction from suppliers at prearranged prices. So that doesn't require the procurement processes that the above three do have. We'll go to the next slide. When doing procurement and any purchasing, we need to set out notice, specifically when you're doing your tenders, your RFTs, RFPs, or RFQs. What you'll see on the screen there is just an example of a previous recyclable material collection services RFT that went out. It was a joint procurement opportunity with 2 other municipalities. This is just the template, and on the side you'll see what's required to be included in the ad itself. These ads do go in local newspaper, social media. Again, that's all dependent on the type of purchase that we're making, the threshold it gets into, and that will be further in this presentation. Continued, we have the publication of awards. So once the procurement or purchase is completed and all the bids have been opened, then we have to provide notice that it has been awarded within 60 days. So below you will see the description of the goods, services, or the construction that's procured, the name and address of the successful supplier, the value of the successful tender, or the highest and lowest offers, and the last one is the type of procurement method used. So that's where we would note the RFQ, RFT, or RFP for short. And the notice requirements, as previously mentioned, an RFQ would require formal advertising with an estimated value of $20,000 or higher, but the RFT, RFP, or RFO, which is that standing offer, that's where it must go in a local newspaper. Social media is a good spot, our website. There are some electronic bidding tools such as Merx or Bidingo or Bidingo, however you want to say it. So the town is investigating setting up, and not investigating, we will be using these platforms going forward when preparing these procurement documents. So next slide. Sole source procurement. This is where goods and services are in short supply, or there is a service or good that the town is seeking and there's really only one supplier for that said good. At that point, it's likely if you go out for procurement or for tender, you probably would only get one successful applicant anyways, but anyways, these are just examples of what would constitute a sole source procurement. At that time, the council would be giving authority anyway, but that's on the next slide. So at the bottom of the next slide, we have the approval authority for sole sourcing procurement, and that's where when purchases are less than $50,000, it requires approval by a department head and with concurrence of the treasurer or CAO. And when purchases are greater than $50,000, it requires a council approval. So a report would come to committee and or council seeking direction and guidance for one of those purchases and approval to then complete the transaction. Emergency purchasing. This can be activated when an event occurs that is determined or declared by the head of council to be an emergency. This kind of falls in line with our emergency management committee. When there is an emergency, it opens a funding envelope that's accessible to the town to make purchases. So anyways, when we have emergency purchasing though, the following situations could be deemed to be an emergency: a threat to public health, the maintenance of essential municipal services, welfare of a person or of public property, or lastly, the security and or economic advantage of the town's interests. And the occurrence required the immediate delivery of goods and services, and time does not permit for a competitive bid process. So again, this is just a blurb underneath about when the emergency is declared, how that funding is unlocked, and then how the purchasing actually occurs. We'll go to the next slide there. So cooperative purchasing is where the town is coordinating with other municipalities and or a non-profit organization in order to realize the economies of scale. We talked about this at the senior management meeting, that there are some groups out there. Canoe is just one that's cited here. I have experience using it in my previous employment. It is something that the town is investigating, and seeing what this does is it unlocks large volume purchasing where it kind of acts as a go-between. So the town, this Canoe procurement group, for instance, and we can have them come to a committee meeting potentially to explain it more because they're experts. I'm just explaining it from our level. They do the bidding, the town looks for a service through them, gets a bid, comes back, doesn't have to do the actual procurement process in the middle. That's done by Canoe. It kind of expedites it a little bit. But anyway, that's just an example of it. So cooperative purchasing is also becoming very popular for things where other municipalities within the county might want the same thing. Insurance was one that was recently investigated. I know there's been discussions in the past about capital equipment, but anyways, this is just another avenue for that purchasing. We'll go to the next one. Here we have bid openings. So whenever the bids are all received by the town, there is then a bid opening team essentially, and there'll be times set for the openings, and that's just when the tenders are to receive by, and then they'll be opened. We have the tender received after closing time and date. That's essentially, this is outlining what occurs if that happens. It will be received after the closing time, and it shall be noted and returned unopened to the bidder as soon as possible. This kind of falls in with the bid irregularities that we'll get to in the next couple slides as well. But the last item here is bid openings. So it's opened in the public and in the presence of the opening team, which is coordinated by the treasurer or the designate. And there's a procedure for that where the name of the individuals and attendance are taken down, the time and the date of the opening, the names of the firms submitting a bid, completeness of the bid, and the total price of the bid. That'll all be recorded and then kept on file. And then eventually a report will come from the bid opening and be provided to, again, committee or council for approval, or depending on the total dollar amount, it might just be for information piece. And a little note here at the bottom, sorry, is that we're going to try to align the bid openings with standard committee days so that the opening can occur before the deadlines are for the reporting for those committee meetings, so that we just have ample time to get that on. The next slide, we'll go. This is, as previously discussed, the tender bid irregularities. This is just a brief example and definitions of what a bid irregularity is, the major irregularity and a minor irregularity. And on the next slide, we'll actually see a little blurb from the policy itself. Again, there's a number of bid irregularities. We've just used 5 on the next slide as examples. So we'll go there. Thank you. A major irregularity typically receives an automatic rejection. A minor, you can choose to accept or allow the bidder to rectify the bid, or a mathematical error, additions or extensions as above. So on the right side, you'll see examples. Again, the policy has a number of these. These are just 5 examples, cut and paste from that for council as a little bit of orientation. So items such as late bids, unsealed envelopes, proper response envelope or label not used, bids received from bidders not attending mandatory site meetings, and no bid deposit or other surety. You'll see the classification of the irregularity, and then you'll see the action taken by the bid opening team and or committee. So you'll see automatic rejection, cited on 4 of them, and 1, number 3, will be acceptable if officially received on time. So again, these are just examples. The full list of them is on the actual procurement policy. And we only have a couple slides left. So the last couple is about the vendor disqualification policy. Reasons for disqualification are as follows, are listed here. We have litigation, failure to honor a bid, failure to disclose a conflict of interest, participation in prohibited bidding practices, unethical bidding practices, and poor performance. Underneath, we have disqualification process, so there shall be a written recommendation, and it shall be from a department head, and a vendor may be disqualified for up to 3 years. And there's 2 slides on the policy itself. This is how you review the disqualification, and then there is a subsequent disqualification list. So the treasurer will maintain and update a current list of all the disqualified vendors. And our coming soon slide. So staff are currently working towards having a standardized procurement templates for notices and documents, making it more efficient to go across departments for projects. We're also doing a little bit of rob and duplication, R&D, so we're contacting adjacent municipalities, seeing what they're using, seeing if there's something in their procurement documents that we might benefit from, or vice versa, just sharing information, improving our templates. Underneath, we have standard procedures for end of useful life of equipment, so we're investigating our TCA values, depreciation costs, etc., just to see what to do and how to either extend the useful life or surplus the equipment. As discussed previously, the Bid and Go online purchasing platform, looking to use that in 2023 and going forward. Gov Deals, this is where you would take surplus equipment and potentially sell it on there. And what's that? Yeah, auction. It's essentially an online auction, and yeah, so it's a platform that's out there. We have been using it, so it's very efficient, and it gets the message out there a little further than local news would. And lastly, we have standardized equipment specs. So it's to ensure equipment is multifunctional and can be used for a number of purposes. An example is historically there's been different paint color on different trucks in different departments. Maybe that's something that we could investigate standardizing, so that if a truck is at the end or midway through its useful life in one department, it could be used functionally in another department without sticking out, and vice versa. So again, just coming soon, something to look forward to.
Awesome, thank you very much. Any questions, council? Revimo?
Question, well, an observation first. R&D is Robin deny. It's not anything beyond that. And slide 9, when you get the approval authority for sole source procurement, I apologize, it talks about purchases less than 50,000 require the approval by the department head, and et cetera. So is the intent to give council a list of those at some point?
So basically what it does, through you, Mr. Mayor, is that it halves the authority limit. So all these items must be approved in the budget. We can't just go and spend 50,000. But if they're within budget and within the authority limits, just for time, like if as part of the budget we said we're going to get you a truck and it's going to cost X, and we're within that, and it's under 100,000, staff can proceed and do that, and then council, the standing committees will get ongoing lists of procurements, so it's not like things are happening and you're not aware of them. But then anything above 100, if not single sourced, or above 50, in a sole source, would go through standing committee and council and would require separate approval. So there's kind of 2 approvals here, actually 3. Your budgetary approval, the award approval, and then the other part is to pay the bill, which is another big piece of what finance does with signing authorities. So it just locks that in, and the goal is anything greater than 100,000, you're actually going to get separate reporting forms. So finance created a form you're going to start seeing as part of the budget process. So anything that's $100,000 or more, you will get ongoing updates in terms of schedule. Is it on target? Has there been changes? And then you'll get more kind of summary reports on big capital items under 100 that you're not going to be approving, but you're going to see either as a list. But for anything big, you're going to be getting fulsome regular updates at standing committee. So all these changes and rules were part of kind of the new model, and ensuring that not every department is doing it in their own way, that we centralize the rules and provided kind of greater direction on how we wanted from a process perspective to be dealing with these things.
Review?
One more question. So with the vendor disqualification policy, will that go out with every set of bid documents so that it might be a deterrent, so that if people know the consequences, they might be more careful? Thank you.
The short answer is yes. Same with the procurement policy is a public document as well, so those will be two documents that'll be out there as well.
And I should just say there is a reason why we introduced the policy. As a heads up, we don't necessarily have to buy from you, and if you're really terrible, we can put you on a sit in the corner list for 3 years, and if you're good, then it can be shortened by a half. But it is important to have, and we can add it to our standard templates as well as a reference.
Thank you. I think I'm aware of it.
Any other questions, council? Hearing none. Thank you very much, Deputy Treasurer. On to D 5.1. That Renfrew Town Council authorized the borrowing of money from time to time in order to meet current and capital expenditures for the year of 2023. A mover, please. Revimo? Seconder? Anyone? Anybody want to second this motion?
I should just say that we need to borrow money, or it happens. I should say this is a pro forma report where we have a line of credit with the bank, and if we need to dip in, we need to do it, but council needs to authorize this bylaw.
So do I have a seconder? Councilor Sapolsky? Any discussion? Revimo?
Yeah, it's pretty standard. Cash flow for us until the first tax bill goes out sometimes gets a little tighter than we feel comfortable with, and so this is pretty standard. As a former head of council a couple times, my name has appeared on a lot of those documents, so I'm comfortable enough to have made the motion. Thank you.
Councilor McQuarrie?
Yeah, I just noticed in that interim is you've talked about the long-term borrowing and debenture if it comes up with the Mattaway expansion. You anticipate borrowing, that would come to council before that would be done, I would expect. I would really be not happy with that if you just went and paid the bill, because we like to talk about that. We haven't had a chance yet, and I'm looking forward to talking about that.
If I can clarify, those types of debentures require a series of bylaws, so you will see them, and I think at the next meeting you will see the construction loan / debenture application, which requires a bylaw. And then I should just say that we even, I shouldn't say inflated the amount, but you want to apply once to Infrastructure Ontario, so you'll see that at the next meeting. This is basically like the equivalent of a line of credit, which historically we haven't dipped into, and you'll see there's usually a limit. In most municipalities, it's $1 million or $2 million. So it wouldn't be something along the lines of a major debenture like when we did Raglan Street South or for Mattaway. That will come separately.
But for something like Mattaway, because you've listed it here, so that's what I'm asking. You wouldn't just go ahead and do that. You would come to council.
We don't have that
I
authority.
just don't want the public to think that we're just going to go out and pay that and not have a talk about it first, so.
Oh, no, there'll be a discussion.
Okay, that's good.
Probably multiple discussions.
Okay.
Revimo?
Just to reassure, it also is a bylaw, so it has to be posted and then brought forward and debated. So it's a very strict process. It's not a matter of just wandering out and writing a check for X million.
If you read
Yep,
this,
no, I agree.
It kind of sounds like, well, if we need it, we just.
Yeah.
Before we access that line of credit, if it's approved tonight, is there a motion for that, or is it do you have free access to it? Or are we allowing sort of a blank check? That's my question.
No, so just as I mentioned earlier, in terms of all spending has to be in the budget and then also has to be procured within the procurement methods, and then bills, invoices paid, we would only use that if we needed to cover the costs. So it's not us just going to spend money, it's stuff that's been previously approved in a budget, previously been funded, like procured, and within the budgetary limits, and we have to pay the bills. So payroll as an example. So this is really about cash flow in certain times of the year. The town historically has not needed to do so. Most townships are dipping into their temporary borrowing on an ongoing basis, not to speak for Mitchell, but in my experience in other municipalities. This is really the influx of money in, money out, because the way that municipal government works in terms of when we get tax dollars and when we get water and sewer billing. So it's not just us spending money, it's stuff that has been approved in a budget, has been properly procured, and needs to be paid for as we await revenue sources. So it's part of daily, day-to-day operations.
So just to clarify, there's no access in it until we approve the budget for, which is what's coming up in the next month or so?
So the temporary borrowing is, so the next report speaks to the interim levy where we're borrowing a certain amount of money, but it's continuity of operations. So Mattaway, as an example, was given a budgetary approval of millions of dollars. We have to pay payroll every 2 weeks. We have to keep the lights on and do all that stuff. So it's about those day-to-day operations that are functionally approved. It's not like the American system where there's a government shutdown and everybody goes and we close. If we're in that big of trouble, we'll call a special meeting of council, but that's not the purpose of this temporary borrowing. It's just as needed when we need to dip in for operational requirements. So we're not going to come to council and lay everybody off. We have to pay payroll. We have to make payroll as an example.
Any other questions? Councillor Dick?
So I've been going back and, oh, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. I've been going back through this a lot. I've read it a lot. And so my concern is, you know, you say you haven't used it since 2011. So, you know, what's the need? But then the fear is you make in the recommendation in the bylaw, you say I quote, with the Mattaway expansion and process, we anticipate that there will be a need to borrow in 2023. So this statement concerns me, as this council has not been updated with any information, and I mean any information regarding anything about the expansion. So myself, as an elected official, have no knowledge about the expansion, which is a great concern to me and to the shareholders of this town. It's a huge concern to me that we're giving you this authority to do this, and you used, again, I'm going to say it, with the Mattaway expansion and process, we anticipate there will be a need to borrow in 2023.
Sure. I can go ahead. Sorry.
And we as a council, we know nothing about. We've asked questions and we have no answers. So thank you.
If I can, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not aware of any questions I would have gotten on Mattaway. A detailed update on Mattaway has been scheduled in the council orientation schedule since you've all taken office, and that's coming next week. The reference to Mattaway in this bylaw is specific to there's budget authority of up to 18 million that has since the last council got an update on the updated number. That budgetary approval has already been granted by a previous council. The project is ongoing. On a monthly basis, we're paying bills in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. So this temporary borrowing is not about Mattaway. It's about the cash flow. So when we cut a check and have to pay our bills on a monthly basis, you should understand that as we figure out how we're going to pay for it in the long term and what the ongoing costs are going to be, the construction process is ongoing. We have a contractual obligation to pay the bills. So what that means is if you're paying those bills all the time, money's not sitting in the bank to pay the day-to-day operations of keeping the lights on at town hall or to pay staff. So the reference to Mattaway is to say cash flow has been impacted by a multi-million-dollar project. So yes, we have money in the bank. Yes, we have healthy reserves. Yes, our finances are sustainable and steady. It's just that, yes, there's a construction loan coming from Mattaway, there's a debenture coming from Mattaway, but we have some contractual obligations as part of the construction project, and you should know about those. So you will get a fulsome update on the up-to-date costs. There is a presentation that came to council in August that did specify the scope of the project, what was within scope, the schedule, and you will be getting that update, an up-to-date to the update at the next meeting. And Mitchell, if you want to add.
If I may, yeah, actually, just one thing to note, a significant part of the project that we're discussing was actually to be funded through grant revenue. Grant revenue is, you have to report back after you've already paid the bill. So the town's allotted, I believe it's 11.8 roughly million in grant revenue that we haven't actually received yet because you have to report after you've already paid the bill. So this borrowing bylaw is to backfill if we don't get grant revenue based off of the reporting in time before we get our interim taxes out in January. So that's just worth noting that there is a significant amount of grant revenue outstanding still because the reports have been filed and we haven't actually been given the money back. We have to fund it and float it until we get it back. So that's kind of why this is here.
Yeah, and I could just add on Mattaway, the 2022 budget, I believe, included $18 million for Mattaway. 13 million has gone out the door. So the previous council approved 18 million, went through a competitive process, selected a bidder, entered into a contract with a bidder. They're doing work with subtrades. We've paid out $13 million of a total project. We're waiting on $11 million of grants, and we get a percentage, 66%. So Mitchell's put in 3 claims. We're awaiting $7 million. We paid out 13. So from a day-to-day operational, this temporary borrowing stuff is to just deal with the day-to-day stuff. And normally you're not building a Mattaway expansion every year. And that's why historically the town has been able to cash flow itself through reserves, through healthy reserves, which is really good. It's just as Mattaway progresses and the financing is secured and council makes those decisions coming forward, based on the decisions that have already been made, we need to ensure that there's proper cash flow for day-to-day operations. But we will be providing a detailed overview of Mattaway at the next meeting, along with Parks and Rec, Fire and Emergency Services.
Councilor McWhorter?
Through you, Mayor. I think where the confusion is, and I kind of read it myself, when I first read this, I went, what? Is the mentioning of Mattaway. I think what you're saying, and to simplify things, the only money you're going to give to Buckcom is the money that's been approved, and there will be no additional money taken out of reserves or the credit line to pay anything else. And I think that's where the confusion was. You probably, if you hadn't put Mattaway down there, this would be passed. But I think that's where the confusion is. When I first read it, I kind of went, ooh, what's going on? And then I think that's where the confusion is. You're only going to pay what's already been pre-approved by the previous council, which is already obligated. You can't get out of that. And then any further funds that they may be looking for, we will be discussing. Am I correct?
Yes, and that's the 2023 budget. We'll deal with anything that wasn't pre-approved. We're only dealing within, and we're well below the project authority that was approved as part of the 2022 budget. It's just Mattaway has an impact on cash flow because you're getting large invoices, and to the credit of finance, they've been able to remain sane and stable and make sure that the operational financially is good. But that's the only reason. It's that it's had an impact on cash flows because of just the nature of the volume and the nature of the project.
Yeah, I think that was the concern, and certainly it's out in the public that we want to do our due diligence on these questions, because that was part of the election platform, if you remember, Mayor, was one of the big questions asked. So I think that's where we just needed to clarify that.
Yeah, and I think, based on a couple of statements that were made, as mayor and as the past chair of rec for the last 8 years, I am extremely adamant that nothing will be done at Mattaway Park without council's full knowledge, full education, public's knowledge, public education, a detailed review. So I don't want Mattaway to become this negative thing that is already starting to taint the thing before we've actually learned about it. So I just want to caution that Mattaway is going to be taken very, very seriously, and I don't want it to get ahead of us in the sense of misunderstanding or whatever. So the questions are good, but I just want to be very clear that Mattaway is not a secret thing. It's not it's none of that. It's just we're trying to wrap our heads around everything. Now that Director Hill has retired, we're catching up on some things and figuring some things out. So, but yeah, don't ever assume that Mattaway is some secret thing that we're just going to do whatever we want when we want to do it. So I just want to make that clear. Any other questions? All right, I'll read that again. The Renfrew Town Council authorized the borrowing of money from time to time in order to meet current and capital expenditures for the year of 2023. No further questions? All in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Council. Annual interim tax levy. That Renfrew Town Council approve an interim tax levy and authorize the payment of taxes as well as penalties and interest charges for non-payment of taxes or any installment by the due date. Mover, please. Councillor Legree, second by Councillor McWhirter. Any questions?
Do you want Mitch to give the,
Do you
why we do this?
want to give a little background here?
That's another.
I can, absolutely, sure. This is just an annual report at the start of every year. It gives council an opportunity to set the interim tax rate, and it's based off 50% of the prior year's final taxes. So that's the Coles notes. That's the high-level overview. Our due dates this year are set in this bylaw eventually to be March 31st and May 31st, and have the tax bills go out at the end of January.
Just in terms, because this is all new to most of you on council, the budget historically in Renfrew has been passed in May. The goal is to get us to a December, so you wouldn't, and you only pass tax rates in late April, May, based on other requirements. So as we move the budget process earlier, so this year it will be completed in March, hopefully it'll be completed, you might have two budgets in, two cycles in 2023. By getting the budget done earlier in the year, it will facilitate things like procurement that Mitchell just did, but then also from this perspective. So you're not approving 50% of last year, you've actually approved the budget that goes forward. So just in terms of process and what we're trying to do in terms of process and kind of pushing the budget approval process up about 5 months. This year, we'll have it finally completed 2 months earlier than we normally do, and going forward, hopefully by December, early January.
Review?
A question through you to the Deputy Treasurer. My impression is that now, because I have electronic deposit, that I will get a letter from you that'll tell me X number of dollars per month for 11 months. And so this is necessary to get that out to me so I can start paying.
Correct.
Any other questions, Council? All in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you, Council. On to Health and Safety Annual Endorsement. That Renfrew Town Council endorsed the 2023 Health and Safety Policy. Mover. Councillor Zabalski, second by Councillor McWhirter. Any questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you, Council. Confirmation of the minutes. That Renfrew Town Council confirmed the special minutes of council dated January 3rd, 2022. I think that should say 2023. Okay. Yeah. Mover. Councillor Legree. Seconder. Councillor McWhirter. Any questions about the minutes? All in favor? Thank you, Council. We are now going into, do we want to do notice of motions and stuff?
Yeah, you could ask if there's any notices of motion.
Are there any notices of motions coming forward from council? Hearing none. All right. Oh, Councilor McWhirter?
I don't know if it's a motion or not. I'm just wondering if there's, on the old agenda, we used to have new business or discussion. I know Rob's shaking his head because it slows things down, but it's a chance for councillors to bring up something that might be a motion down the road. We used to be very proactive when we had Mr. Bulmer looking after our motions. He would do them on the fly, but what I'm wondering about, when we had the discussion, we were able to actually bring up issues that were concerning in the town and then make a motion to send it to a committee for investigation or whatever. But it's a chance to be openly transparent and discuss something that maybe, you got approached about or I got approached about, or without maybe getting too formal. There might be a simple answer by one of the directors of that department that there's our answer, we don't need to go any further. But it's a chance to bring up new business, even if it turns out to be kind of a sensitive issue that would better be closed door, you could just say that, and at least there's that option. But we used to have it on the agenda that we would be able to, it used to drive Mr. Ballmer crazy when we did that, but it kept him sane.
So
I don't know if it's something we can put back on the agenda.
So the reason it's not on there is that we're obligated by the Municipal Act and our procedural bylaw to give notice of the meetings, but all the items on the agenda. So by adding ... any other items that the public's not aware is going to be on, and whether a decision is made or something when the public was not aware that was on the agenda. So the goal is, if there is a matter of that that is really happening, you are able to waive the rules of procedure to amend the agenda and add an item. But if we're going to have a substantive discussion, for instance, on Mattaway, and Mattaway is not on the agenda, the public is not aware that it's going to be on the agenda and then aren't able to communicate with you beforehand, or staff where, for instance, Director Aslan, we're not paying him here because there's no items on, in case under other business there might be an item. So I would say 3 things. Bring those matters as soon as they come up to the attention of the mayor and staff, and we might be able to just put it on the next standing committee agenda. You could use the announcements part to raise things that would be in that nature, or you could give notice of motion where we can help craft the motion for the next time. Or if it's really bad, we can waive the rules of procedure because notice wasn't given that that item was to be discussed. The whole goal is the public, you, staff, everybody should be well aware of what's going to be discussed so that you have the opportunity to prepare, you have the opportunity to ask questions in advance, that the public can show up if they want or watch. So that's the reason why that item was removed. It does not mean that as items come up that you don't bring them up. It's just hopefully Carolyn and Victoria and myself can help. But it's not to shut that out. It's that you could raise it under announcements or notice a motion to come up at the next time. Or if it's bad, move a notice of waive the rules of procedure and we'll add it. But the goal is not to discuss items that aren't on the agenda because it's not transparent and doesn't meet kind of our notice requirements, although it was done for many years. And when we looked at the procedural bylaw, we changed that. And we're hopeful that the standing committees would be an opportunity. So if something came up and you know that it's a recreation item, that staff can maybe do some of the background work and get it on the next rec meeting and have that substantive discussion at recreation. And with the standing committee meetings being broadcast, then the public will be aware that it's being discussed and those items will then come to council. So I don't want you to think that it's like, don't bring anything up. It's just trying to follow kind of the letter of and the spirit of the Municipal Act in terms of notice.
Councillor Dick.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Socio Tremblay, I've been reading the procedural bylaws, and so the bylaws that we have on file, do we have to follow, because they have an actual agenda in the bylaws? And I'm just asking for clarity, do we have to follow the agenda in that bylaw on here? Because I noticed a lot of it's missing. And then we'll do a follow-up after you answer that.
Sure, maybe we can get clarification. My understanding is the headers that are contained in the procedural bylaw are contained here. And if that's not the case, let us know what specifically is missing. They should all be here, and if they're not, I'm not aware of what's not on here, but maybe in an email you can send it to us and we can cross-reference. Carolyn, I don't know.
Just a matter of clarification. So where I think you might be seeing that is that we have both the agenda for council as well as the standing committee. So you have 2 sets of agendas, 2 sets of formats. So that's why you should have every header that you see under the council one, you should be seeing an e-scribe with the kind of a little bit of expanded part for the reports, just because we templated in the different categories, I guess, for each of the 4 standing committees. And then the underneath that, where you saw that in the procedural bylaw, is the agenda format for the standing committees. And again, that's a set format, and all of our formats for the standing committees will be in that set format. So if there is a title that we're missing, let me know. I've spent a lot of time going through them. I'm pretty confident that there's nothing missing, but again, I have been known to be wrong. I never tell my husband that, but I have been known to be wrong before.
Okay, so through you again, Mr. Mayor, I think it's new business. Don't quote me 100% on that.
That's not.
So anyways, Don't quote me on that.
That's not there. I could tell you.
Okay, anyways, so I just wanted to follow up, just say, everything you just said is great information, like really good information. So from my understanding, if I wanted to bring something up, or any of the other councils wanted to bring something up in a meeting, we have to notify the clerk's department 3 days prior? That way, the public knows, everybody knows.
So the agenda goes out the Thursday before the meeting, and that will be the same for standing committee.
Okay.
And as I said, there is a section here that allows waiver of the rules. So if we didn't meet that time frame, you could get a mover and a seconder to try to add an item to the agenda. That would require 2/3 support of the council members. Another thing you can do is, yes, everything is urgent. The staff team knows me. I'm a pretty urgent guy. The other thing you could do is say, hey, under notice of motion, I intend to bring forward a motion on this, or we can, between meetings, try to solve that issue. But the other thing is, what I would encourage you is that you're having informed discussion with background information, giving staff a heads up on questions or a heads up on that you want research on a topic. So very similar to Councillor McWhirter's point about looking at bylaws is a direction for us to look at bylaws so we can go and do that work and bring it back to council so that you're having an informed conversation. So yes, you have opportunities to bring issues forward, and I would hope that given some time that staff, we wouldn't just put an item on the agenda, that staff would pull some background material so you have something to deal in. With somebody that's only been here for 6 months, I appreciate when staff, the other members of the staff team, bring back the history, because like most of you at the table, I don't have that history either, and it's important for staff to do their work, which is give you all the information you need to have an informed debate. But again, to the earlier point, as if things are popping, don't feel like you can't mention it. You can do it under notice, or you can waive the rules to maybe consider it and add it at the time. And once standing committees start rocking and rolling, I think that will be an opportunity for some of that legwork to be done.
Okay, council. That Renfrew Town Council convened in closed session with CAO Tremblay, Clerk Charbonneau, Acting Director Bulmer, Deputy Treasurer Mitchell, and Deputy Clerk Eric remaining in the room pursuant to the following sections of the Municipal Act 2001. Section 239, 2.e, litigation and potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local boards, more specifically, how it relates to council orientation regarding legal and insurance updates. Can I have a mover? Councillor Legree, second by Councillor McWhirter. All in favor? That is carried. We are now in closed session. All right, thank you, council. We are now back from closed session where council had the opportunity to learn about our litigations and insurances. I will now move on to the bylaw. That bylaw 3, 2023, 4, 2023, and 5, 2023, listed on the agenda of January 10th, 2023, be taken as read and passed. Mover, please. Councilor McWhirter, second by Councilor Sobalski. All in favor? That motion is carried. Upcoming meetings of council, regular council meeting, January 17th at 6 o'clock. Committee of the Whole is January 31st, 2023 at 6 o'clock. We do not have a meeting on the 24th, due to a conference in Toronto. So with that being said, we are now adjourned at 10 o'clock.
We needed an extension motion.